Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Self-Awakened Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Bakugo had been quiet, too quiet, and it was starting to freak out Izuka. Ever since their return to class following the USJ, she could count on one hand the amount of times he had spoken, and even then only when spoken to in a way that required a response. Everyone else he ignored. He had been staring at his desk with a far-off look in his eye with his hands in his lap whenever they didn't have class work. At first she had taken it as a welcome break from the usual yelling and constant explosions, but after a week of this she'd begun to worry and didn't understand what was going on with him. She knew she shouldn't worry about him. After all, he had been one of her worst tormentors over the years, but she couldn't help herself. If it had been just her he had been avoiding eye contact with, she might have chalked it up to how much skin she exposed during the fighting at the USJ. She blushed at the memory. Half her chest had been exposed near the end, but luckily only Bakugo, Todoroki, and Kirishima had seen anything before her father had covered her up. But she remembered how wide Bakugo's eyes had gotten when he saw her. The other two boys had blushed and averted their gazes, but Bakugo simply looked horrified, which puzzled her. She knew her scars were visible, but why would that bother him? Finally, the other thing that bugged her was how tired he looked. He was absolutely exhausted, but many of the people in class had been having trouble sleeping after the events of the USJ. She didn't know why, but she had a sinking feel it was different from him. There were times that if it had been anyone else, she would have said he looked haunted. She was shaken from her thoughts when they were dismissed for lunch, and she watched Bakugo be the first one out the door as he had done the entire week prior to avoid being trapped by the idiot parade, as he referred to it as. They let him go without trying to stop him after what had occurred the day before. Kirishima had trapped him and asked cheerily, "Come on Baku bro, let's eat together today." F off Kirishima, I am not in the mood, was the muttered reply that had caused the rest of the class to freeze and gawk at the display, while Kirishima smiled even bigger. It was the first time anyone had heard him refer to someone by name instead of a usual insulting nickname. Izuka wasn't sure he even knew more than a handful of names of his classmates. "Come on bro, you can't spend every day brooding during lunch," said Kirishima as he placed his hand on Bakugo's shoulder. Izuka did not fail to notice the obvious flinch from the ash blonde. Bakugo then growled, "Don't touch me." Kirishima pressed on and did not remove his hand. "It's okay bro, you've been so distant." "Move your hand Kirishima," came the dangerous low reply. Either he didn't hear or chose to ignore the warning. "We've all been worried about you and Dash." He was abruptly cut off as Bakugo proceeded to punch him in the nose so quick there was no time to harden. The rest of the class was shocked as Kirishima landed hard, bleeding from an obviously broken nose. "Don't touch other people without permission. It's wrong," quietly stated Bakugo as he walked away from the silent class with his head down in what would look like shame in anyone else besides Bakugo. Kirishima had gone to Recovery Girl and begged the class not to tell Aizawa about the incident, stating it was his own fault for pushing Bakugo when he obviously wasn't ready for it. But the whole incident bothered Izuka immensely, especially the fact that Bakugo hadn't used his quirk. He had never been shy about it before, she thought bitterly, remembering her many scars. While walking to Lunch Rush's cafeteria, she spotted him at the end of a hallway off to the side, scowling at his hands like they had personally offended him. She slowed slightly as he looked up and locked eyes with her. His eyes widened and she was reminded of the look he had on his face at the UJ. Quickly averting his eyes, he turned and walked briskly in the other direction. She was pulled into the cafeteria by Ida and Ochako while thinking of his bizarre reaction. The entire lunch PRD she mulled over what to do, or if to do anything at all. She owed the boy absolutely nothing, and she should, by anyone's account, hate him with a deep-seated passion. She smiled slightly, thinking about the beginning of lunch when she watched Kirishima rush out of the room carrying 2 trays, obviously trying to find Bakugo and make amends for yesterday. That boy, on the other hand, was too pure-hearted for this world, and he was going to make a fantastic hero one day. Once she finished her food, she excused herself to seek out Kirishima instead to see if he had succeeded in reaching out to the blonde. When she found him, it was nothing like she expected. He was standing under a tree a decent distance from the courtyard where many students ate their lunch. He stood nearly frozen, still holding both lunch trays she had seen him with over 15 minutes prior, all the food still untouched. Concerned, she approached him cautiously and once moved into his line of sight, she called out to him. "Kirishima, is everything okay?" she asked. Kirishima jolted eyes snapped up to her and he opened his mouth to speak but nothing came out. He closed it again and his arms slowly dropped, spilling all the food from the trays. Now she was really concerned. "Kirishima, what happened?" she exclaimed, trying to keep the panic out of her voice. "Bakugo. He told me I would be an amazing hero one day. That he wished he could see it happen." I never thought he would say something like that, but he was so final about it. Alarm bells started ringing in her head and she asked, "Where is he now?" There was no answer as he stared off into space. "Kiri," she exclaimed. He jumped and replied, "I saw him walk to the administration building after he told me to take care of you and the others." She froze, dumbfounded at the statement, and saw tears in his eyes. I think he is leaving school." He was carrying what looked like a school dropout F form. Leaving him to his thoughts, she walked briskly toward the indicated building, mind racing. Bakugo not try and be a hero? That was unfathomable. The boy had the drive of 10 people pushing him. Giving up wasn't something that was in his nature. Yes, he had some serious issues and had acted like a villain at many points, but this was not him. If anything would help him overcome his myriad of personality problems, it would be this school. She had to talk to him, but what would she even say? They didn't have a positive interaction in over 10 years. Right as she reached the building to go inside, she saw something out of the corner of her eye. Turning toward the gate, she saw him walking toward the exit to UA grounds, and she gave chase, trying to think of how to approach him. Right as he was about to cross the threshold, she caught up and called out to him. "Bakugo!" He stopped just inside the gate but did not turn around. She came to stop and tried to think of her next words but failed miserably on what to say to the boy that had tormented her for so long. He was poised to walk out of her life forever. Shouldn't she just let him? Finally she blurted out, "Where are you going?" She tried, wincing at how insignificant and weak it sounded. He was silent for a few moments but replied, ignoring the question, "I will never ask for your forgiveness, Ki. There is no way I can ever earn that." She felt like the world rocked and she was unsteady on her feet. His voice was so hollow and dripping with self-hate. "But I will say I am sorry, Midoriya. I am so sorry for everything." She tried to reply but words failed her. He had used her family name, not Deku or any of the other horrible things he had called her over the years. She couldn't even remember if he ever had used it. Even when they were on good terms at the age of 3, it had been Izuka or Zuzu. Kaken. She started using the old name unconsciously and saw him stiffen at the use of her childhood nickname for him. She had no clue as what to say next. "You are going to be an amazing hero," he stated simply. She felt warmth bloom in her chest and tears prick the corner of her eyes. Even after all these years, she still wanted his recognition. The warmth she felt vanished the instant he looked over his shoulder at her. His eyes were all wrong. There was no other way to describe them. Gone was the fire and passion they always held, no malice or cruelty either in the crimson eyes she knew so well. They were empty, cold, and soulless, causing her to shudder as she felt her insides go cold. "Take care of everyone, I'll be rooting for you." He turned his head and walked away, crossing the threshold for the final time. She couldn't call out or go after him. She was frozen to the spot, her mind swirling, unable to comprehend what had just happened. She felt like she had stood there for hours, but it couldn't have been longer than 15 minutes as she heard the bell sound for the end of lunch. Then she heard the sound of pounding feet behind her and he turned to see Aizawa, Present Mike and Midnight sprinting toward the gate. Her homeroom teacher had a wild look in his eye and skidded to a stop and grabbed her by the shoulders. "Midoriya, have you seen Bakugo?" he asked in a panicked voice. She had never seen him like this, not even at the USJ, and it scared her. "He left," she replied, simply, still trying to shake off the shock from her previous conversation. "Sheet. How long ago?" her teacher bellowed. "About 15 minutes or so, sensei," she responded almost robotically. At her reply, Aizawa and Mike took off out the gate at a dead sprint, a piece of paper dropping from Aizawa's hand. Midnight pulled her phone out and barked into it. Nizuhi left the front gate approximately 15 minutes ago. We are going after him. Call the remaining staff. She ended the call and without sparing a glance at Izuka, she left after her fellow teachers at breakneck speed. Confused, Izuka looked down at the dropped paper and bent over to pick it up. It was a school dropout form like what Kirishima had said Bakugo had been carrying. It was completely filled out and signed. Seeing through the paper, she saw something was written on the back. She flipped it over, and as she read the short note, she felt her blood going cold. Sensei, UA is for heroes and I have no place here. The others will be amazing heroes, especially Izuka. She is something special and will change the world. Please watch over her and help undo all the damage I caused. I will be cheering for you from the other side. Bakugo Katsuki. Oh God, no, Kaken, she whispered and took off after her teachers, feeling one for all flood her body as she begun to run faster than she ever had before. Katsuki heard present Mike long before he saw him and ducked into an alley watching his English teacher go running by. He cringed at the man screaming his name and felt a pang of guilt for putting his teachers through this, but there was no other option. They wouldn't find him now, he was so close to his destination. He took his time and stayed to the back alleyways to avoid being found. Gave him time to think. When did it all start to crumble? It had to be the FING sludge villain. The girl he had put down, beat on, and made her life miserable had tried to save him. Quirkless weak Izuka had blindly run in to save him like a hero, and right afterward, why did he do? He screamed at her and put her down again. He felt the shame bubble up in his chest again, making his heart hurt. That feeling had happened a lot lately. Then Izuka had shown up at UA with a quirk and was so strong, beating him at everything, and suddenly he was the weak one. Over that last week he had answered a lot of questions, but it was the one he could not answer that had weighed the most heavily on his mind. What if he had been Kinder? How much stronger would she be now if he had? Would he have been stronger too with a little kindness? He should have protected her because that's what heroes do. Heroes don't abuse poor quirkless orphaned little girls. That is something villains do. He came to the fence surrounding his old middle school. It had been shut down after the investigation into how he and countless others had treated Izuka. After the USJ, he had done some digging and found many disturbing details, causing him to take some long, hard looks at himself. He did not like what he had found, and the shame had become unbearable. Other people like the school and Izuka's orphanage had faced severe punishments, but he somehow had not. Aizawa knew somewhat about his past with Izuka, as well as All Might obviously, but still no retribution or punishment had come. He suspected she was protecting him, and it made the shame even worse. There was no coming back from this, and he had made his choices. After jumping the fence, he looked up to the roof of the 3-story building and thought this was some dark poetic justice. Izuka was trying not to go into blind panic mode. She had to find him. But where? Where would he go? She had nothing to go on. She remembered the creek and forest they played in when they were kids, but that was the last happy memory she could think of involving him. Everything else had been nothing but pain. She turned a corner and barely missed some people shouting out in alarm at the green blur running by. He was determined to punish himself for everything. That much had become clear. Where would make sense for him to go now? Before UA, the last time she had seen him had been the sludge villain, but she had already checked the area. Before that it had been at school. Then it hit her like a wrecking ball, the last interaction they had before the sludge villain incident. He had told her to kill herself by taking a swan dive off the roof at their middle school. So she ran and ran toward her old neighborhood, passing many places filled with both happy and painful memories. When she got to the school, she jumped to the rooftop in a single bound and found him across the other side of the roof, standing near the edge. She called out to him, "Kaken?" He flinched at the name but slowly turned around to face her. "Please don't call me that, Midoriya. That is a name for childhood friends. That time has long since passed and I don't deserve it, not anymore." She winced at the truth of the statement as well as at the deadness of his eyes and empty hollow sound in his voice. She took a step forward and he took a step back toward the edge. She froze with her mind racing on how to talk him down. "There are other ways, anything but this," she pleaded. "Redemption. Redemption. Not possible." He ground out with heat in his voice once again, but she saw the tears in his eyes. "I will never be a hero, I have been a villain since I was 4 and I have only gotten worse, as the tears began to fall. If you do this there is no going back. She felt the tears begin to form in her eyes as well. As long as you're alive there is a chance. There is no chance regardless. How can I possibly make up for 10 years of abusing you? He replied, and her eyes widened as a slight breeze seemed to rock him back and forth. There has to be another way, she shouted at him, mind racing. Could she get to him before he hit the ground? Was she fast enough? She could vault off the building and pull herself toward him using force manifested quirks, he stated, simply ripping her out of her thoughts, and she gaped at him. How? She managed to get out. I saw the scar over your heart, right next to the palm print I gave you. His face twisting with shame as he said it, the tears flowing even harder. She gently placed her hand over the scar representing her failed suicide attempt. She had never told anyone, even her dad, where the palm print burned into her flesh came from. After the USJ, it just took some internet searches to put it all together. The path torn by all might from the beach to the hospital after the sludge villain. Suddenly you're adopted, the school and your orphanage under investigation. He was always smart, she thought to herself, just as smart as she was. It hadn't taken him much to put all the pieces together. Even after all that they never came for me and even let me into you. Why, you must have told them to leave me be. Why? He asked, exasperated. I don't know why. I just know you could be so good if you tried and you were always so strong. She took another step toward him and he took one final step back and up onto the edge of the roof. She quickly took one step back hoping he would follow and come off the edge, but he didn't follow, much to her panic. Instead she saw the deadness leave his eyes for just a flash, so quick she wasn't sure she actually saw it, and he took 2 large steps to his right side, much to her confusion. I pushed you to the point of suicide. I practically destroyed Y. Day after day, year after year. He lamented, I don't deserve your mercy or faith. I made my choices and I deserve consequences. His eyes hardened and she was suddenly very afraid. Please, I have to save you. Please let me save you. She was fully crying now, begging her childhood bully to step back from the edge. You can't save everyone, he said as he started crying harder. This isn't your fault, it's mine. He studied her for a moment and gave her a soft smile that made her heart clench. She didn't know he was capable of making a face like that. You are gonna do great, Izuka. He closed his eyes while spreading his arms and fell backwards. And no, she screamed as she raced across the roof after him, the power of one for all flowing through her limbs. She reached the edge where he had been a second before, grabbing it and pulled to rocket herself after him, but the edge crumbled under her strength and weight. Instead of catching up to him, she too was only falling and could only watch as the ground grew closer. His eyes were closed and tears falling in his wake, but his face at complete peace as the ground rushed up to meet them. He landed on his back with a sickening crunch, creating a small spider web of cracks surrounding him. She landed nearby on her feet, creating a large crater due to her mass, and rushed to his side. As she reached him, she saw a black blur to her left as Aizawa appeared running from the gate to the school. He must have put some things together and been in their old neighborhood looking for Bakugo. He skidded to a stop next to them as Bakugo started to cough, blood streaming from his mouth as well as his eyes and ears. The blood was already beginning to fill the cracks beneath his body as well. Izuka could hear Aizawa yelling into the phone, calling for an ambulance as she watched Bakugo writhe in his own blood. His eyes locked with hers, and for a moment time slowed as she saw all the pain and sorrow behind his crimson eyes. His eyes rolled back and closed as he became completely still. She couldn't move. This was not happening, she thought. She was supposed to save him. She was supposed to save people. Aizawa kneeled next to him and felt for a pulse, belting out a foul curse as he found none. He bent over and placed his ear on the boy's chest to check again, immediately sitting up. The ambulance is on its way in close. We can still save him, her sensei barked. Help me with CPR. They began chest compressions and recu breaths. Izuka was running on autopilot. If Aizawa hadn't shown up, she doubted she could have done this properly. Even if it felt like a lifetime, the medical personnel arrived in record time and took over. Izuka felt numb watching them try and save the blonde boy. She took a step toward the vehicle as Bakugo was loaded into the ambulance, but her sensei put a hand on her shoulder and she watched the van drive away. I failed to save him, Izuka said to her teacher as she began to cry. You did no such thing, replied Aizawa as he pulled her into a hug. He is still here and now he has a chance because of you. He let the girl sob into his shirt while they waited for a ride that would be coming shortly. Class the following Monday was tense to say the least since no one knew what had happened on Friday. Most of the teachers had vanished after lunch, Bakugo and Midoriya did as well. Shortly after lunch, the principal had announced over the intercom speaker that all afternoon classes had been cancelled and that everyone was to proceed home. Most students assumed there had been a villain attack and the teachers had left to help, but there was nothing about any such event on the news all weekend. Class 1A was increasingly worried since no one had heard from either Bakugo or Midoriya all weekend and all calls or texts had gone unanswered. While this was not unusual for Bakugo, in fact he had never responded to any communication, Midoriya always texted back or returned calls. When at 10 minutes before the start of class no one had seen the missing 2 students or Aizawa sensei Kirishima finally got up and went to the front of the class. After a deep breath told them what had happened between him and Bakugo, then him and Midoriya during lunch on Friday. To say that the class was stunned was an understatement to say the least. The class clamored with theories and questions about what Bakugo's cryptic words could have meant and statements about how out of character this was for him, especially showing concern for his classmates. Ida directed everyone to their seats with 1 minute before class and they collectively held their breath waiting for the bell to ring. There was a large exhale as the door opened, only to reveal just their homeroom teacher and Midoriya. Craning his neck to look behind the two only to see an empty hallway, Kirishima slumped in his chair. Walking to her desk with her head down, Midoriya simply raised her hand in a stopping motion as Ochako stood up to greet her. Shocked, Ochako slowly sat back down, noticing just how exhausted the green-hair girl looked. It was like she had not slept all weekend. Aizawa cleared his throat, bringing everyone's attention to the front of the room as their teacher stared at the lone empty desk for a moment before he turned to face the class. I won't mince words with you. You are all here because you want to be heroes, and there will be many times things go wrong, like at the USJ. The class started back, wondering where he was going with this. Bakugo. He paused for a moment and took a breath. Bakugo attempted suicide on Friday. He survived but is intensive care, currently unconscious from the healing he badly needed. You could have heard a pin drop in the class and they collectively reeled at the thought. Bakugo was by no means well liked in class, but this still stunned the students. After nearly a minute of dead silence, Todoroki, once again displaying his complete lack of social skills and tact, asked, "So this was a serious attempt, not just a cry for help?" The entire class whipped their heads around and stared, mouths open. "What?" he asked. "It's a valid quest dash. Every attempt is a serious attempt." Aizawa interrupted at the same time. Midoriya said, "He threw himself off a 3-story building." While Todoroki had the grace to look slightly embarrassed at the gaffe. Everyone heard what came out of the green-haired girl's mouth next and were collectively floored. "It's my fault anyways," she muttered. "We've been over this, Midoriya. It is not, nor will it ever be, your fault. Bakugo alone made this choice," said Aizawa as he pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to fight off a migraine. "I was there. I should have saved him," she loudly said. "He wouldn't have even jumped if it hadn't been for me," tears in her eyes. "Dekai," Ochako started, using the pet name she had begun using for the girl on the first day of class. "What on earth are you talking about?" Midoriya looked away and muttered, "He felt guilty for the way he had treated me our entire lives. If I hadn't been so weak dash." "That's enough, Izuka," said Ochako. "He made his choices back then and now. You are not responsible for that sheetbag's decisions." Practically shouting near the end. Abruptly standing, Midoriya stated, "I don't feel well. I am going to see Recovery Girl," walking to the classroom door while holding back her tears. She stopped with her hand on the door as Ochako said softly, "Bakugo would agree with me. No one could make that boy do anything he wasn't already dead set on doing." After a deep breath, the green-haired girl continued out the door as the rest of the class watched, with the exception of one redhead slumped in his desk staring off into space with tears in his eyes. Darkness was exchanged for white. Everything was so white. His head was pounding and he was so confused. He tried to move but felt nothing but low throbbing deep-seated pain. He was aware it should hurt far more but didn't know why. He blinked and the white seemed to fade to not be so blinding, so he blinked again and white ceiling tiles came into focus. A constant beeping sound was washing over him, making his head hurt. He tried to open his mouth and choked immediately on something going down his throat. Panicking, the beeping got rapidly faster as he felt a presence nearby and heard a voice he couldn't understand. A vague shape entered his vision and he heard someone say, "Next time will be easier, we will get these out of you." Just before he succumbed to sleep once again, Bakugo realized he had survived. How the F dash? God damn it, why couldn't she just let him die? It would be easier for everyone involved, he thought as the blackness took him once again. Izuka was sitting under a tree during lunch PRD trying to make sense of all her conflicting emotions. She had talked to her therapist about the events and he had agreed wholeheartedly that none of this was her fault. The choices made were not hers and she did everything she could to try and save Bakugo, Kaken. In fact, he had pointed out she had saved him with Aizawa's help. He was still alive and would likely make a full recovery. Then why did she feel this misplaced guilt? Why did she sometimes refer to him as Kaken and other times Bakugo in her head? Why did the good times with him, before she was diagnosed as quirkless, suddenly seem to stick out in her mind more than the years of torment she had endured by his hand? When she asked her father the last question, he had replied that it was just proof that she was a good person and was trying to see the good in others regardless of their flaws. His reply had made some sense, but she couldn't help thinking it was biased by his love for her as his daughter. She knew the logic of what everyone had been telling her, but she couldn't accept it for some reason. She was roused from her deep thoughts when she heard her name called. "Dikairu!" Ochako called out, walking toward her quickly. Izuka cringed inwardly. The girls hadn't spoken since the first few minutes of Monday morning when the class had been informed of Bakugo's attempted suicide. Everyone had given her space, for which she was thankful, but she knew she needed to speak to her friend again and apologize for her behavior. Steeling herself, she stood up as Ochako closed the distance and before the girl could speak pulled the brown-haired girl into a hug. Ochako froze but then melted into the hug momentarily, forgetting what she was here for and remembering how much she loved to be with this green-haired girl. Blushing furiously at the thought, she squeaked out before Izuka had the chance to speak, "I'm sorry, Deku. I am sorry for yelling at you on Monday. You were hurting and I didn't help anything by trying to tell you how to feel." Izuka felt a small smile cross her face. "I am sorry for yelling at you too. You were only trying to help me and what you said wasn't wrong." She swallowed hard. He made a choice and made sure I couldn't save him from falling. She thought back to when he stepped sideways to a weaker part of the edge of the roof. Ochako leaned back and looked up at Izuka, noting how tired she still looked but that her smile was genuine. Seeing the concerned look on her face, Izuka said, "I'll be okay, I just need to keep working through some things." As she pet the smaller girl's hair, her smile dropped and she whispered, "I just hope Bakugo will be okay eventually too." Ochako startled and remembered why she had come in the first place. As much as she didn't want the Izuka anywhere near Bakugo for the rest of time, she knew this wasn't her choice. "That is why I am here actually. Aizawa told me to come tell you that Bakugo woke up this morning." "What?" said Izuka in disbelief. His second time waking up was drastically better for all of about 30 seconds. Just like he had been told, all the tubes were gone and he came to with much less pain and confusion. As he moved his head to the side, he heard a small gasp and saw his father standing behind his mother as she was sitting in a chair by his bedside. His mother was tense and her eyes seemed to bore into his, but he refused to look away. After a moment he saw some tears form in her eyes and she ground out, "Stupid. Why would you do that?" As his father placed a hand on her shoulder to try and calm her and probably to keep her from reaching out to smack him across the face. He opened his mouth to reply, but only a croak came out and he couldn't remember ever being this thirsty. His father quickly held out a cup of water with a straw that he had retrieved from the bedside table. After drinking the entire thing, Katsuki leaned back on the bed and once again looked at his mother. To say their relationship was complicated would be an understatement. He looked at his father, and of all the people in the entire world, only he understood them both, even better than they understood themselves sometimes. But even then neither of them knew what kind monster their son was. He winced at the thought and wondered idly if their relationship would survive the coming storm. He felt tears prick at the corner of his eyes as he looked back at his mother and simply stated, "Because I am a monster." They both looked taken aback. His father asked, "Why would you think something like that?" He was not going to run from this. He thought he had this coming for years and it was time to pay the toll for his actions. He let the tears he was holding back fall, "Because it's the truth," he said, and then he told them everything. In the end, she was forced to wait until after school to go and visit Bakugo. Most of the rest of the class seemed uncomfortable with going at all with the exception of Kirishima. Suicide was not a subject any of them seemed willing to confront and guiltily declined going for now. After school they both rushed out, followed closely by Mina and Ochako, who simply wanted to support their friends. The Fursum opted to take the short train ride. Her dad had wanted to drive her but had to take care of some things after school and they were still trying to keep their relationship a secret, so he let her go alone, much to his dismay. When they arrived they were escorted to a waiting area and told a doctor was going to come speak with them first. Confused, they all sat in silence for only a few minutes before the door opened and a tall woman wearing a long dark green dress and a white lab coat entered. Her skin was powder blue and she wore a soft smile. "Hello," she began, taking time to study them each as she said, "You must be Bakugo's classmates. My name is Dr. Okami. I am overseeing Bakugo's recovery." Izuka opened her mouth to speak, but the doctor raised her hand, forestalling her as she once again looked at each of them in turn. They all squirmed a little under her gaze and she spent just slightly longer looking at Mina and Ochako. "Sorry about that, but before we talk I like to inform people about my quirk. I have an empathy quirk and I can feel all your emotions, therefore I am able to deduce some of your general trains of thought. When meeting new people for the first time I need a moment to ensure I know whose emotions are whose, and I want to make sure you know what you are getting into with me. Now are you all here to see Bakugo?" Izuka and Kirishima both answered yes in unison, but Ochako and Mina both stayed silent. Dr. Okami looked at them both with a raised eyebrow. Ochako quickly answered, "I am here to support Izuka," pointing at the green-haired girl. Then Mina stated, "And I am here to support Kirishima," nodding at the red-headed boy. Dr. Okami saw both the green-haired girl and red-headed boy made a small face that vanished just as quickly. "I appreciate your honesty, both of you, as lying to me is a very bad idea." She paused just a moment to let that sink in. "I'll make this very clear to all four of you. My first priority is Bakugo's physical and mental health. I will protect my patient." She looked at them all to make sure they understood the gravity of her words. "That being said, you too," she pointed at Mina and Ochako, "will do any and all supporting of your friends from right here." Before the other two girls could speak after opening their mouths in protest, she overrode them. "You will not step foot into that room unless you are here to help my patient, and if you don't like it you can leave." She eyed both of them, obviously waiting out their emotions. "Maybe in the future you can accompany them, but not now. He is in an extremely fragile state right now, as you can imagine, and I will not jeopardize that. Do I make myself clear?" They both looked away, unable to look the doctor in the eye, and nodded. "Good." She flashed a radiant smile. "Now will you two like to come with me?" she asked Izuka and Kirishima. They both smiled and nodded, thinking the same thing. This was someone that could help Bakugo. Bakugo finished talking to his parents a little while ago and they have left. Let's go see if he is willing to see any visitors. Bakugo sat in his bed staring at his hands in his lap, thinking about the conversation he had finished having a short while ago. Couldn't even call it a conversation, he grimaced. He cried as he had laid bare all his sins to his parents, and by the end his father couldn't even look at him. His mother, on the other hand, looked so confused and enraged he was still shocked she hadn't jumped him and beat the sheet out of him. Not that he had expected them to react any other way. In the end, they both stood to leave without saying a word. His father stopped at the door and simply stated, "We will see you tomorrow, son," as he shut the door. It was only then that he noticed a woman with light blue skin standing by the door, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. "Who the F are you?" he asked, scrubbing the tears away. "Should I be charging admission, or do you want dinner with your effing show?" He seethed at the idea of a stranger seeing him cry as he bared his soul to his parents. She raised an eyebrow at him and simply stated, "I am Dr. Okami and I am your therapist overseeing your recovery." He was at a complete loss for words but didn't have much time to think about it before she barreled on. Before we go any further, I want to tell you about my quirk. I have an empathy quirk so I can feel all your emotions and deduce some of your general trains of thought. I needed to listen to that to try and understand why you are here in the first place and what we can do to help you. She studied him for a moment longer before continuing. That was rough to listen to, I will admit. He turned his head away in shame, unable to look at her. If I didn't know you were full of nothing but pain and regret at your actions, the path forward would be harder in many ways. She paused for a moment as she closed her eyes and felt his emotions swirl in her mind's eye. See, Bakugo Katsuki, she said, slow and deliberate to make sure he understood. His head whipped up at her, eyes blown wide open as she made eye contact. And I want to help you. I am not here for your parents. I am not here for your school. I am not here for your friends. I am not even here to help your victim. She noticed his flinch and felt his pain but pressed on anyways. She knew he was the kind of boy that would not appreciate being coddled, so she had to be careful. I am here for you. To help you get through this and come out better on the other side. He stared at her for several minutes, trying to understand why anyone would want to help him. He was a FING monster and didn't deserve anyone's pity or help. His mouth opened and closed several times as he tried to tell her exactly that. She finally interrupted his thought process, replying to his unasked question. I want to help you because you want to change and atone for your past actions. She pet her head at him and asked, would you like a few minutes to yourself to think? He nodded numbly, unable to look away. She titled her head and walked out the door, leaving him to his thoughts. God, he wanted to change, but was that even possible? Did he even have the right to try? Would another 10 years come even close to enough time to make up for all the wrongs he had committed? He stared at his hands in his lap as flashes of green wreathed in fiery orange danced in his head. He didn't know how long he stared at his hands, replaying everything he had done, especially to a little quirkless orphan girl, in his head. When he heard the door open again a little while later, he looked up to see Dr. Okami poking her head in the door. Hey Bakugo, do you think you are up for some visitors? He felt confused as his mind was still reeling with visions of orange and green, so he shrugged. She looked a little doubtful but opened the door anyways, and the first thing he saw was sharp teeth in a smile and red hair. Kirishima? He asked, but then looked behind the boy and the green eyes peering at him with apprehension. He felt his blood run cold and his vision started to tunnel. The doctor guided them down a long hallway and then turned to a shorter one near the edge of the building. The entire way Izuka was getting increasingly nervous. What could she even say to the boy? Would he even want to see her? She glanced at Kirishima, but the boy had quite the bounce in his step and a smile plastered on his face. She wished she could tap into the kid's optimism, or that it was at least contagious. After rounding the corner into the shorter hallway, the doctor knocked and opened the door a crack. Hey Bakugo, do you think you are up for some visitors? She asked and paused a moment before opening the door the rest of the way. She spotted him sitting up in bed, somehow looking smaller than she had even seen him. He looked up and said, Kirishima, then looked past the red head and locked eyes with her. The reaction was immediate and horrifying to witness. His eyes grew wide and his entire body immediately begun to tremble. She could hear his breath increase to a rapid race from all the way across the room. She could tell he could no longer even see her as his eyes glazed over and tears begun to pour down his face. Dr. Okami's reaction was nearly immediate. Her head whipped toward Bakugo and then back to the two teens standing in the door. Get out! She practically shouted at them, not very successfully pushing the two pro-heroes in training out the door. Once they had backed up a few steps more in shock than anything, she shut the door in their faces, shouting, Go back! To the waiting room. Standing there in shock at the teens' unexpected reaction, they could hear the doctor through the door, Breath Bakugo. I need you to breath, 2 in and 4 out. A nurse and a burly orderly brushed by the teens and ran into the room, called by some unseen signal. Izuka caught a quick view of him bent over with his head between his knees while the doctor rubbed his back while speaking to him before the door was shut again. After a minute, Izuka felt Kirishima tug on her sleeve and begin to pull her away from the room back to the waiting area. She numbly let herself be guided back, mind reeling at what she had just seen. Everything she had seen from the boy since the USJ was so out of character for the explosive blonde. Just like earlier in the day under the tree, she tried to make sense of her conflicting emotions, but she just felt so drained. She was brought back to reality by the opening of a door by Kirishima and the gasps of the two girls waiting inside when they saw the faces that entered. "What's wrong?" Mina practically shrieked as she moved across the room in nearly a single bound with Ochako right on her heels. "I don't know," said Kirishima. "It's like he barely recognized us and then started freaking out. I don't understand, he just looked so broken." They could all hear the tears in his voice to match the ones in his eyes. The two girls looked back and forth between the two distraught teens. "Panic attack," whispered Izuka. "A really bad one." She was more than familiar with them but had never felt like she would be a cause of one. She felt tears start to form in her eyes but felt a warm hand take hers, helping to ground her. She looked up and saw the concern in Ochako's eyes as she was guided to a seat. They didn't have to wait longer than 10 minutes before the door swung wildly open and a very pale and nauseous-looking Dr. Okami entered. She immediately locked eyes with Izuka, who promptly shrunk in on herself. "You're Midoriya, aren't you?" Her eyes narrowed. Izuka squeaked slightly as she nodded, but Dr. Okami simply let out an exhausted sigh and stood up straight. Kirishima broke into the conversation to ask, "Is Bakugo okay?" "He is fine. We sedated him for now, but I will stay here tonight to make sure he is okay when he wakes up." The two other girls visibly relaxed, but Izuka and Kirishima did not. She looked at both Izuka and Kirishima before she said, "You both know that was not your fault, correct?" Neither of them answered, and she sighed again, running her hand down her face. "Bakugo was in a very compromised position after his conversation with his parents, and I should have had you come back tomorrow or at least spoken with you more. This was my fault. Do you understand that?" Both teens finally nodded somewhat reluctantly. "Good," the doctor stated, and then added, "Midoriya, may I speak with you in private, please?" The girl in question looked at her confused but then nodded and stepped into the hallway and into the next waiting room over. The doctor closed the door and then looked at her again with those piercing eyes. "Why?" she asked without elaborating, but Izuka felt like she knew the question. She could do nothing but shrugged nervously. "I tried to save him and I couldn't," was the only thing she could think to say. "Let me be specific then. Why would you try and save the person who tormented you for most of your life?" The line made Izuka freeze, and all she could do was gape at the taller women. Bakugo had told her? How much had he told her? Why did he tell her? Reading her train of thought, the doctor looked at her kindly and simply said, "When asked by his parents why he would try and end his own life, he told them everything. I was there for it and he did not hold anything back." Izuka stumbled backward into the nearest chair. She just wasn't ready for it. Not even her father knew of the extent of the abuse she was put through, and not just at Bakugo's hands. Kneeling by her chair and placing a calming hand on her knee, Dr. Okami continued, "I wanted to speak to you in here because I am sure you didn't want anything broadcasted to your friends by a stranger. You will tell who you want when you want." It was a sentiment that Izuka greatly appreciated. She immediately began to practice the breathing exercises taught to her by her therapist and regained her focus. She saw the look on Dr. Okami's face as she smiled and looked very pleased. "I am glad you are getting help as well," she said gently. "Once you are ready, we will go and return you to your friends, and then I think it will be best if you go home. I will give you and Kirishima my card and you can get in touch about trying a visit again in a few days or a week." When she was ready, they rose to go and return to the other three teens, but the doctor stopped her once more before they left the room. "From what I can tell, you don't even know why you are trying to help, but I appreciate the fact that you want to help." She peered down at the girl. "But what I said before still stands. If it is going to hurt Bakugo, I will end the visits immediately and indefinitely. Do you agree?" Izuka nodded, immediately understanding where the doctor was coming from. She smiled. "Good. Thank you." They left the room together to gather the others as it was time to leave. Waking up the third time was not as bad, he thought, as the white ceiling came into view again. But why was he sleeping again? Memories began to flood into his mind again, and he bolted upright only to hand a gentle hand slow him down. He looked at its owner and saw the calming blue eyes of Dr. Okami. "It's okay," she almost whispered. "You're okay." I'm here. Deep breath. He complied with her request and after a moment asked, "What happened?" "You had a panic attack. I was worried you were going to hurt yourself, so we sedated you." Bakugo felt weak and pathetic, so he hung his head in shame. He felt the hand move from his shoulder to his back and begun to rub small circles while the doctor hummed a small tune he did not recognize. His normal reaction would be to shrug the hand off and tell her to F off, but he did not even know what normal was for him anymore. After a few deep shuddering breaths, he was able to look up at her again. She saw the question in his mind but waited for him to ask it out loud. "Where do we go from here?" She smiled and replied, "Well, you just took an important step and we will get there together, but now it is late and time for some real sleep." She stood as he laid down more exhausted than he had realized. "If you need anything, push the button and I will be in to see you. When you wake in the morning we can talk some more. Sound okay?" He nodded as he began to drift off. Dr. Okami walked to the door and shut off the light, but as she shut the door with a soft click, he felt tears slide down his cheek as he whispered, "Thank you," into the darkness. Kirishima met Izuka at the front gates the morning following their visit to the hospital as they had planned the night before. They were expecting to be hit with a barrage of questions about their visit and preferred to do it together. Strangely enough, Mina was waiting for them outside of the classroom when they arrived and simply smiled at them as she opened the door. Much to their surprise, everyone was in their seats and watched them enter. Besides the three of them, only Ochako was not sitting. She was instead standing at the front of the class glowering at the rest. When she saw them, she smiled and stated, "We figured rather than get hit with a million questions, you could simply say what need to be said and then be left alone. Right, class?" As she turned and stared down her fellow students. More than one gulped when her eyes floated over them. Izuka felt touched that her friends were worried and wanted to make this easier but had no desire to stand in front of the entire class to explain their visit. Luckily, Kirishima was already prepared to take on this task, seeing as he doubted the green-haired girl behind him was going to be okay with it after yesterday. Clearing his throat, he brought all eyes to the class to him, and he pushed down the ball of anxiety that suddenly appeared in his stomach. "Like we heard yesterday, Bakugo is awake and will physically be okay. As you can imagine, he is in an extremely fragile state right now. When we tried to see him yesterday, he kind of had a breakdown." Kirishima didn't want to say panic attack since they seemed to have a negative stigma attached to it for most people. Plus, he felt like telling the remainder of the class about seemed like an invasion of privacy. "His doctor is very kind and understanding and gave us her contact info so we can try to visit again in a few days or a week." Once he was done, some of the class looked pensive while others seemed to shrug off the idea, but no one seemed in a hurry to go and see the blonde boy. Izuka felt her disappointment grow. She knew the boy wasn't exactly popular, but to have their classmates practically uninterested in the boy they had shared a class with. He had tried to kill himself. She saw how broken he had looked when the doctor had opened the door yesterday before his breakdown. She felt her blood boil a little bit as she thought about it. Her classmates were supposed to be heroes but did not seem to care that someone they knew was hurting so badly. She pushed down her anger and tried not to think about it as she moved to her seat, choosing to not look at the remainder of her class. The class saw her go and most wrote it off as her being upset, but Kirishima, Mina, and especially Ochako saw the anger and hurt. While the brunette was guilty of the same thing, she would make it a point to talk to her later in the day, but that was the moment she heard someone clear their throat directly behind her. She squeaked as she jumped in the air and turned 180 degrees around to come face to face with her grumpy homeroom teacher. "Aizawa-sensei. Sorry. We were just telling the class about visiting Bakugo," she exclaimed. He raised an eyebrow and she squeaked once more before retreating to her seat. Once all eyes were forward, "I also visited the hospital last night and spoke with Dr. Okami," their homeroom teacher stated, which made 4 students in particular perk up. They didn't know he had gone. "She made some things very clear to me, such as how protective she was of her patients. She told me in no uncertain terms that unless you were going to support Bakugo, don't even bother showing up." This caused some of the class to look at him in confusion, but he continued on, "Since most of you don't seem too worried about him, I don't expect that you'll make that an issue for the good doctor." His voice dripped with obvious disdain at their lack of concern, and the entire class looked ashamed. Izuka felt warmth in her chest and her respect for the underground hero rise even more than she already felt. Empathy is a powerful tool for a hero, and I expect you all to think about that fact. He stated coldly before turning to the board to begin the day's lesson. She hoped she would get to visit and actually talk to Bakugo this next time, even if she didn't understand why she wanted to so badly. After checking daily for the next week, Kirishima and Izuka were both given permission to come to the hospital and visit, but only one at a time and only one a day. Dr. Okami did not want him to get overwhelmed, and after their last attempt at visiting, it seemed like a prudent choice. They went to the hospital together but decided this first time that Kirishima would be the first to actually go and see him. The doctor greeted them and approved of the idea, giving Izuka a knowing look. Izuka winced, thinking that the doctor had seen right through her and that she still felt like Bakugo's panic attack was her fault. "Are you ready to head back?" she asked Kirishima. With a deep breath, he nodded, looking at Izuka. She responded with a large smile. "You are gonna be just fine, Kiri, and so is Bakugo." With another deep breath, he turned and followed the doctor as Izuka felt her smile drop. She settled into a seat to wait for the boys' visit to be over. Bakugo was nervous. Actually, that was an understatement, but at least this time he knew what was coming. He still didn't know what to think about the redhead seemingly dying to visit him, let alone a certain green-haired girl that he kept trying to push out of his mind. The last week had been awful, and Kei, as Dr. Okami had begun to insist he call her, was worried. He couldn't lie to her, and his level of self-loathing seemed to have gotten worse. Add in the nightmares and severe lack of sleep, Bakugo was practically dead on his feet. She didn't say as much, but he could tell she was at the end of her rope, and he felt like shit for making her worry since he wasn't worth it. He was still very grateful she had kept him in a normal hospital room and prevented him from transferring into the psychiatric ward. He froze when he heard the knock on the door, and all the dread that he had pent up started to creep up his spine, and he felt his mind start to shut down. Kei had told him it was a defense mechanism, but that it would not help him to shut out the world when things got tough, and he at least agreed with that. He shook his head and took one last breath as the door opened. Kei walked in with Kirishima's very bright but very forced smile following right behind. Bakugo almost wanted to roll his eyes but felt like it wasn't worth it and would probably hurt Kirishima's feelings. "Hey Baku bro," cheered Kirishima, trying to get a reaction out of the blonde boy. He sat down in the chair next to the bed, and Kei took her normal place, standing to the side of the door with her arms crossed, watching intently. Bakugo couldn't help but feel a small spark of warmth in his chest. She seemed to care so much for his well-being, even if he didn't deserve such kindness. He saw a flicker of disapproval flash across her face as the last thought crossed his mind. Ignoring it because it was dim and true regardless of what she thought, he returned his attention to the boy with the fake smile next to his bed. Kirishima grew increasingly nervous as the time stretched, and finally Bakugo took pity on him and broached the silence. "Please wipe that dim smile off your face. It's painful to watch you try and pretend everything is just fine," Bakugo roughly stated. The smile only barely dropped but looked more real and relaxed. "I am just glad you are okay, Baku bro. We were worried, man." Bakugo's eyes flickered to the vase of flowers and couple of cards sitting on the table by the window. His classmates may have sent them, but he knew guilt when he saw it. He would have bet money Kirishima and Midoriya shamed them into it, and he didn't want or deserve anyone's pity. It was painful when he even tried to read the cards, even if some of them seemed to actually care. His favorite by far was Yaoyorozu's. She had all the money in the world but still had taken time to hand-make a card with beautiful calligraphy. He didn't know if the poem inside was her own writing or not, but it had touched him, and that alone surprised him. He looked back at the redhead and felt the familiar spike of pain whenever he thought about his future as a hero being gone. Sighing, he asked, "Why are you even here, Kirishima? You should be focusing on school and your future." "Our future, man," was the reply he got. "I'll get someone better at it than I to bring you notes so you don't fall behind." The comment, while not intended to be hurtful, cut much deeper than Bakugo expected. He must have made a face because the other boy frowned and tried to open his mouth to add, but Bakugo cut him off quickly. "I thought I made it clear, Kirishima," he grumbled. "I am not coming back to school, and I am not going to ever be a hero. But man, I don't understand why. You would be a great hero." Now that last comment really hurt deep in his chest. to the point that Bakugo actually reached his hand up to his chest over the phantom pain in his heart, and he felt the tears prick at edges of his eyes. As he opened his mouth to tell Kirishima exactly why he was not a hero and never would be, he stopped. That FNG girl, she didn't tell them why he jumped, did she? She didn't tell them why he was such a FNG monster. Why, goddammit? Why was she still protecting him? FING sheet. She was probably trying to blame herself for it, all evidence to the contrary. God damn it, Midoriya. He sighed a long-suffering sigh. She didn't want them to know, and it was bad enough he had already told 3 other people exactly what he had done to her. Bakugo knew he couldn't out her as much as he wanted the remainder of the class to hate him and move on with their lives. He heard Kei shift her weight uneasily as the thought of him wanting the others to hate him crossed his mind. While she had a great poker face, it didn't help that he knew that she knew what he was thinking. Regardless, he couldn't tell Kirishima and risk hurting Midoriya again. He looked up at the redhead again to see a hopeful and expectant look on his face, which served to only break Bakugo's heart even more. Looking back at his hands, he said, "Having a powerful quirk does not a hero make." He felt the tears start to run down his face. "Other than that, I have 0 heroic attributes, Kirishima. Please don't make this harder than it already is." Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the boy's face fall to guilt, and as he opened his mouth to reply, nothing came out. He closed and opened his mouth again, but then Kei decided it was time to intervene. "Kirishima, I think that is enough for today." She walked forward and placed her hand on his shoulder. The other boy nodded slightly and got up, but as he reached the door he turned and asked, "Is it okay if I come back next week?" with a sickeningly hopeful look on his face. Bakugo felt guilty for wanting to say no and couldn't bring himself to reply, so Kei came to his rescue once again. "Why don't you keep in touch with me and we will try and make plans?" That at least got both boys to nod. As the door clicked shut, Bakugo rolled onto his side and finally let the sobs he was holding back come. Why did it hurt so much to see Kirishima? To say Kirishima looked distraught as he and Dr. Okami re-entered the waiting room would be an understatement. She guided him to a seat and Izuka waited for him to speak while stealing a glance at Dr. Okami. The women looked worried to say the least, but she could see the sympathy in her eyes as she looked at Kirishima. "Kiri." Izuka gently prodded him. "Are you okay?" He looked up at Dr. Okami and asked, "Why did he look so much worse?" "He looks like death warmed over." Dr. Okami sighed. "Katsuki isn't doing well. Because of doctor-patient confidentiality, there isn't too much I can tell you, but this has been a bad week. He is hurting a lot, and while he hasn't tried to hurt himself again, the lack of sleep and not eating very well is taking a toll." Kirishima nodded. "He looks like he has lost weight, but that's not what worries me the most. His eyes were just so dead. I am so used to seeing him all fire and passion. I am sorry to tell you this, but it very well may get worse before it gets better. I promise you I will keep trying, so any help you can give will be great. It is actually one of the reasons I let you both come this week. Is there anything you think might help him get in a better state of mind?" she asked. They were quiet for a moment thinking about the issue. "Spicy curry," said Izuka, suddenly remembering. It was his favorite food last I remember. So hot it is nearly inedible to anyone else. "Perfect," said Dr. Okami. "A favorite food can do wonders for people going through a difficult time." "Can I still come tomorrow?" asked Izuka, looking down like it would keep the DR from seeing right through her. "I will ask Katsuki and we will let him decide, okay? I want to go back and check on him now, so I will contact you later." With a small wave she left them alone. Izuka still felt so confused. She wanted to help but still didn't know why, and she felt so helpless to do anything. She felt Kirishima wrap an arm around her shoulder as tears formed in her eyes. She looked up to see the same look on the redhead boy's face. "I don't know what to do," he said. "I felt so lost in there. Like, I didn't know what to say, and it seemed like I was hurting him with every word that came out of my mouth." After a moment she leaned into his shoulder more and said, "We just keep trying, Kirishima. With Dr. Okami's help we just keep trying. Heroes don't give up, right?" That at least got a smile out of him. "Right, Midoriya? Even when things were at their bleakest, the best heroes always keep moving forward." She gave a small smile back and they got up to leave. She listened with half an ear as the boy rambled about what Crimson Riot would do in such a situation. Tomorrow would be her turn to try and reach out to the explosive boy. She would do her best just like her father would want, but she felt her smile drop away. If the eternal sunshine that was Kirishima couldn't reach him, could she? Ochako escorted the green-haired girl to the hospital the next day. Kirishima had plans with his family and she didn't want to go alone. Izuka could tell the brunette was on edge even more than Izuka was, and regardless of the circumstances it still gave Izuka a warm, fuzzy feeling in her chest to have such a sweet girl so concerned about her. When Dr. Okami greeted them once again, Ochako immediately asked, "Can I please go with Izuka this time?" After studying her for a moment, Dr. Okami shook her head and stated, "Not this time. I only want one person at a time in the room, and while this will be a very short visit," while side-eyeing Izuka, "it is going to be an extraordinarily painful one for Katsuki." Looking back at Ochako, "Maybe next time, okay?" she asked, getting a sigh and a resigned nod out of the smaller girl. Turning to Izuka, "Are you ready?" she asked. Izuka nodded, not trusting herself to speak, and followed the doctor out the door, giving one last small smile at Ochako. After following Dr. Okami down the hall, they stopped at the last corner. The doctor turned and studied her again. "I meant what I said back there, Midoriya. This is going to be short and painful. I wasn't even sure I wanted to allow it, but I am really hoping it will help. Katsuki is, well, I would say scared, but that is not quite the right emotion. He specifically said he was okay with this visit, so I am trusting you, okay?" Nodding enthusiastically, she suddenly felt embarrassed at being so pleased that Bakugo's doctor trusted her, and she looked away blushing, causing Dr. Okami to chuckle lightly. "Just keep it simple and be honest. Let's go in, shall we?" As she walked to the door, knocking lightly. Once again she only opened it a crack, sticking her head in, asking Bakugo if he was ready. Opening the door, Izuka saw him sitting in the bed, eyes down, pointedly not looking at her. Any and all ideas she had for what she would say to him promptly died in her throat. Kirishima was not lying when he said the boy looked like he was death warmed over. He had obviously lost weight, and the bags under his eyes rivaled Aizawa-sensei's or Shinsu's. She moved closer and sat in the chair while thinking what to say as the silence stretched as she looked at her hands in her lap. Simple, Dr. Okami had said. She could try that. "Hi," she croaked out, immediately restraining herself from face palming at the overly simple greeting. But much to her surprise she got a reply. Bakugo whispered back, but she could hear the pain in his voice and saw the wince he suppressed. After another stretch of silence she sighed. Honesty was the other thing Dr. Okami suggested. "I would ask how you are, but that seems a little pointless." She cringed at how crass it sounded, but only for a moment, because she got another reaction out of the boy. He laughed. Well, not a real laugh, but a small humorless chuckle was better than she expected. After a moment of silence he shocked her once more. "How are you?" he asked quietly. She finally looked up at him, more than a little taken aback at the question. She finally got a full look at his face, even if he was refusing to look at her. If he hadn't talked moments ago, she would have sworn he was a corpse. The death-warmed over evaluation she had given him earlier seemed rather kind at this point. His eyes showed it more than anything and looked just like what she saw at the gate that day. Empty, cold, soulless. Finally remembering to answer, and since they were being honest, she sighed, tired, looking back down. "Me too," he replied. Then after a few moments he whispered, "I'm sorry." And she knew he wasn't talking about that fact she was tired. She opened her mouth to say, "Sorry," herself, or "Maybe it's okay," but she heard Dr. Okami shift her weight behind her and froze. "It wasn't all right, was it?" "Not yet. Honesty. Simple." "I know," she finally whispered back. Chancing a glance up through her bangs, she saw his face was a mask of pain. Eye closed, with a steady stream of tears flowing down his cheeks and his hand gripping his shirt in the place over his heart. Surprisingly, she didn't jump when Dr. Okami placed a hand on her shoulder. "I think that's enough for today." Izuka got up to leave, but at the door turned and looked at Kaken. Again, seeing him look so small when he was always larger than life growing up. "I'll come back next week, is that okay?" All she got was a shaky nod as a reply, but she felt relief flood through her mind and let herself be ushered out of the room by Dr. Okami. Once back in the waiting room with Ochako, she let out a long breath she didn't know she had been holding. Noticing her friend looking worried, Izuka gave her a small smile. "That really was short, are you okay?" immediately inquired Ochako. Izuka felt the smile drop off her face. Yes, it was short and painful. Ochako made a face too close to a sneer for her liking. "What did he say to you?" Izuka felt irritation rise in her chest then fall nearly as quickly because she knew the girl had not seen what she had seen and was only being protective. "Hi, how are you? Me too, I'm sorry." She sighed. "That's what he said to me, Ochako." Ochako's eyes immediately dropped and she practically whimpered out, "Oh," realizing her mistake. Izuka sighed again and pulling the shorter girl into a hug. "It's okay. I know you are just being protective, but I am not made of glass, I promise." Maybe a little too overprotective, she thought to herself. Overprotective? Well, that sparked an idea. She turned to Dr. Okami. "Can I bring someone else with me on Monday? It might help." Yagi Toshinori was nervous. His daughter had insisted that everything would be fine, but he was not so sure. She had used her big green doe eyes and Toshinori caved immediately. She had told him, "Bakugo needs a hero right now and All Might is the best hero." How was he supposed to say no to that? Sure, he didn't like the boy at all and Izuka was not forthcoming about their childhood, but Toshinori could put two and two together. Bakugo had mistreated his daughter before he was able to meet and adopt her, there was no denying that. But whenever he pushed even slightly for her to tell him about their shared past, the girl would clam up immediately. He sighed as they walked into the hospital. He knew enough to help people that had been through a traumatic experience immediately after, but that was where it ended. He would hand them off to professionals at the scene and that would be the end of his part in it. Dealing with severe mental health problems was another matter entirely. Also the fact that in order to visit the boy as All Might without attracting attention, he was going to have to reveal his weaker form to the boy's doctor as well as their connection. His daughter had insisted this woman was incredibly trustworthy, and if it had been anyone else he would have dismissed the idea outright, but if he couldn't trust the opinion of his own daughter, who could he trust? He suppressed another sigh as his daughter checked them in and they went to a room to wait for the fabled Dr. Okami. Once behind closed doors he felt his daughter take his hand. "Thank you for coming, Daddy. I know it's asking a lot." Toshinori melted at the gentle words. He was doing this for his daughter just as much as for the boy. If this could give her peace of mind, then how could he refuse? They were interrupted as the door opened and a woman with pale blue skin walked in to greet them. Izuka greeted her. "Dr. Okami." "Hello. This is my father, Yagi Toshinori. He came to see Bakugo today as well." Dr. Okami simply raised an eyebrow and turned her attention to the tall blonde. He managed to not squirm under her gaze, but now he understood why Izuka had said the woman was intimidating. "Izuka told you about my quirk, yes?" asked the blue woman as she reached out her hand to shake his. Toshinori smiled and took her hand. "Yes, she did, so I know what I am getting into," as she so eloquently put it. "Good," she smiled back. "Izuka didn't tell me it was her father she wanted to bring, simply a pro-hero. She also didn't tell me she was adopted." Toshinori suppressed a cough and tried to explain. "I am a pro-hero, but I have a transformation and it will explain a lot. Is there a place closer to Bakugo's room we could have some privacy?" Dr. Okami simply stared at him, obviously trying to decide what to make of him. "Are you here to help Katsuki or your daughter?" Toshinori was slightly thrown by the question and wasn't sure of the answer. Obviously he wanted to help everyone he could, but would he be here without his daughter's involvement? He opened his mouth to reply, but his daughter beat him to it. "Can't it be both?" the green girl asked, and Toshinori was reminded how skillful and diplomatic she could be. "Bakugo looked up to my father a lot when we were kids. I hope seeing his hero will help him." Dr. Okami looked skeptical but led them out of the room and down the hall to an empty room around a corner. "Bakugo's room is next door. Change here and we'll talk about it more." With a glance at his daughter, Toshinori let his power flow and felt his muscles bulge out. The shine Izuka got in her eyes when she looked at him in his all-might form would never get old. Turning back to the DR, the look of shock on her face was somewhat satisfying. She calmed her face quickly and just continued to stare at him. He suppressed the urge to fidget a little bit under her gaze but held strong and kept his smile. Well, this explains some things, and now I know why Bakugo agreed to this meeting. Dr. Okami finally said. The statement confused him, and his daughter gave him a look also tinged with bewilderment, but they had no time to dwell on it. The doctor turned on her heel and walked out the door, moving to Bakugo's room. Having no choice, they followed as she knocked on the door and stuck her head in to ask the boy if he was ready. She opened the door, and All Might steeled himself for this coming trial, placing the biggest smile he had on his face. This is gonna be rough, Katsuki thought to himself. Kei had told him Midoriya wanted to bring a hero to visit, and he knew exactly what was about to happen. He sighed to himself as he heard talking outside of his room. He was so tired of everyone trying to help him. He didn't deserve anyone's help. They should have just let him die and everyone would have been better off. Kei has been asking him to try and stop with these thoughts, but he can't help it. He's just so tired. Tired of the guilt and all the pain he put others through. He just wants quiet and all the pain to stop. He just doesn't know how to do that. He knows he shouldn't try and hurt himself again, but the nightmares and self-hate dripping through his mind. How could he ever possibly get them to stop? The knock at the door, and his mind returned to the present. He nodded yes to Kei's question and took a deep breath. He wasn't gonna run from this, and they both needed to understand. Looking up as the door opened, he felt himself involuntarily seize up in fear. There was his hero smiling in all his glory as he walked through the door, followed closely by Katsuki's victim smiling just as large. Izuka wasn't being malicious. He knew that now. In the past, that is exactly where his mind would have gone. He would have thought she was looking down on him. She would never do that to someone. She thought she was helping him even if this hurt him just as much as Kirishima insisting that Bakugo could be a hero. He took a deep breath and forced himself to relax and wipe the fear he knew was showing on his face. He saw All Might falter for a moment as he caught the fearful look before Bakugo was able to make his face impassive. He was sure Kei had caught both Bakugo's fear and All Might's apprehension, but she didn't interfere yet. All Might cleared his throat. Greetings, young Bakugo. I wanted to come by and see how you were recovering. I hope everything is going well. The man boomed, making Bakugo flinch hard. There was an awkward pause, and All Might seemed to realize he may have been a little overbearing. Bakugo stole a glance at Izuka as she finally seemed like she was beginning to understand this may have been a bad idea. She had no idea. But she needed to know, to understand. Bakugo would put up with this for her. He returned his gaze to the number one hero, and the moment stretched to the point that even All Might seemed to fidget and was at a loss as what to do under the intense gaze of Bakugo. Finally, when he thought that he had their undivided attention, he said what needed to be said. All Might, unless you are here to tell me you hate me for mistreating you, daughter, I don't think whatever else you want to say will carry much weight. In another life he may have found the reaction humorous, but not this time. Seeing the symbol of peace, the literal strongest man in the world completely dumbfounded with his mouth hanging open in slack-jawed shock did not bring Bakugo any joy. Nonetheless, he filed the image away in his mind because he was sure he was one of the only people to ever see it. Stealing another glance at the green-haired girl, he saw a similar look, but he saw apprehension and maybe a little fear as well. Izuka was right to be nervous that someone had discovered their secret, but he hated that she was afraid that it was him that knew. It made Bakugo feel sick. He wasn't gonna tell anyone, but she was still afraid of him. He felt the shame grip his heart again. It was something he had felt a lot recently, but that did not make it any easier. He took another deep breath and didn't give them time to recover from his revelation. I don't know why you are here, All Might. I am pretty sure if I raised my palm at your daughter and sparked an explosion, you would take the opportunity to punch me right through the F&G wall. He saw All Might's eyes harden for a split second, and that's all he needed to see. He knew his hero must hate him with a burning passion. He looked back down at his hands in shame. It would the least of what I deserve. Katsuki. Kei started to speak. She hated when he wanted to be hurt for his actions, and he was sure it was hurting her too. But she was interrupted by All Might. Young Bakugo. While it's true you may have done wrong in the past, I know you want to get past all that. I just want to talk, my boy. His tone has shifted with his voice no longer booming, but now he was placating. He was pitying him. Katsuki felt his anger rise, the familiar rage coming back like an unwelcome house guest. He didn't want pity and he didn't deserve it either. He glared at the number one hero who along with Izuka looked taken aback by the sudden shift in his demeanor. You want to talk? Would you like to speak about how 5 years ago you vanished for a month? Bakugo spat. He saw both father and daughter freeze, obviously not liking where this conversation was heading. Bakugo continued, how about when you returned you started appearing in public less and less? Getting slower and weaker? Eventually only appearing a few hours a day. The pair both had their mouths open now in shock again. Then suddenly Izuka's quirk evolved, he used finger quotes for the last 2 words, and she got an emitter side to her mutant quirk a week before the entrance exam? Bullshit. No, she has 2 quirks now. He finished. The 2 people that shared the same quirk in the room were both completely pale at his final remarks. Kay was glancing between all 3 confused as to what this conversation was about. Normally he would have been proud of pointing out someone's mistakes and flaws, but not now. He just wanted them to understand, to be more careful. If he had figured out she was his daughter now and he had somehow passed his quirk to her since he could not do hero work for much longer, then who else could figure it out? After the USJ, it had only taken him a week without almost any sleep either to figure it out. Yeah, it took some serious jumps in logic, but it wasn't beyond the realm of possibility, and these 2 had all but verbally confirmed it. He looked at Izuka once more. She was dumbfounded again, but she also looked incredibly scared. He had spilled her secrets again. He hurt her again. He realized at that moment he had used Izuka's first name during his rant and turned away in shame. I'm sorry. He mumbled as he felt the tears begin to grow in his eyes again. Can you please leave? I don't really feel like talking anymore, he whispered. When they didn't move out of shock or stubbornness, he said, I won't tell anyone. Can you please go? He felt the tears of shame for hurting Izuka again start to fall down his face as he in a shuddering breath. All Might shook himself out of his stupor and jerked a nod. Still too shocked to speak, he turned out the door. His daughter slowly started to follow, but she stopped at the threshold. She looked his direction once more and they locked eyes for a long moment. He saw the care in her eyes again. Goddamn it, she just can't stop herself, can she? For one moment he felt like she understood him and he understood her. Too much shared history, even if it was all bad, for them to not fully understand each other in that moment. She knew he wouldn't reveal anything to anyone else. He knew she wasn't gonna give up on him. Not yet. Even if she really should just walk away. I'll come back on Thursday. Okay? She more stated than asked. Enraptured by her caring and confidence, without looking away again he nodded. Once again Izuka sat next to Bakugo's bed, but this time was trying to not think about her last visit. Every time she did she could almost hear Dr. Okami cringe at her and her father's expense. She personally physically winced at the memory. Bakugo had absolutely made fools of them both last time. It wasn't mean-spirited or anything, he just wanted to be left alone, she guessed. She had a feeling it had probably at least helped him a little, or the good doctor would not have let Izuka come back so soon. At least Kirishima was able to visit with her this time. Neither of them had wanted to talk about their last visits, which was good considering all the secrets that had been revealed and spoken about during her visit. From what she had gathered about Kirishima's visit the day after her disastrous one, every word he had spoken had somehow been wrong, and he inadvertently hurt Bakugo to the point that Dr. Okami ended the visit early. He had said he had talked about the USJ and how that proved Bakugo had what it took to be a hero. While she had heard about and seen Bakugo's battle prowess at the USJ, she immediately knew why Bakugo was upset to talk about the villain attack. She felt a stab of guilt, and even though she knew she shouldn't, she simply couldn't help but feel responsible for Bakugo's current predicament. He had seen her scars and it had caused all the walls he had built up over the years to finally crumble. Speaking of which, she stole a glance at the blonde boy. He still looked awful, but while he looked tired, it wasn't the worn-down exhaustion she had seen in him previously. He seemed content to wait until Kirishima and Izuka started the conversation while staring out the window. Izuka was once again frustrated with what to say to get the ball rolling. She looked at the small gift she had brought him and wondered if it was okay to give it yet. She wondered if he would remember, and if he did, if this would help. She heard Kirishima shuffle behind her, obviously antsy because of the lack of conversation. Bakugo noticed it as well and finally took pity on them both. Stop beating yourself up for Tuesday's visit, Kirishima. You didn't do anything wrong. The blonde boy grumbled. She could hear Kirishima deflate slightly behind her. I'm sorry bro, I kept putting my foot in my mouth. I just don't understand. Bakugo sighed at this again. There is nothing to understand. A powerful quirk and fighting skills to not make someone a hero. He finally looked at Kirishima and quickly glanced at Izuka. It's something else, something deeper. The sooner you accept that, the sooner you can move on and become a great hero. Kirishima, while obviously pleased with the praise, was conflicted and mulled over the statement for a moment. Well, what is it then? The deeper thing? Bakugo's eyes changed for a moment. They became hard, fiery once more. That is something you will have to find out for your FING self, Kirishima. Telling you what I think it is will not help you. The strength seemed to leave them as he looked away. I just know I don't have it, but you both do. Bakugo finally whispered. Izuka barely heard it. She wasn't sure if Kirishima did. It broke Izuka's heart to hear him say that, even if she wasn't sure what he was talking about. She snuck a look up at Kirishima and watched him open his mouth to try to speak a few times before he finally closed it. The room returned to silence. Trying to keep the boy talking, she reached down and pulled up a brown paper bag into her lap. I brought you something. If you would accept it, she tapered off. He turned to her and raised an eyebrow, which at least gave her a little hope. She pulled out a medium-sized green stuffed bunny with long droopy ears, and in its paws it held a little red heart. Bakugo froze at the sight of it, and Izuka hoped that this wasn't hurting him. He slowly reached out for the bunny and she placed it in his hands. After a moment he quietly spoke. You remembered. It was so long ago. It took me less quarters this time. She replied, smiling at the memory. She was glad he remembered. They had been 3 and it took all her pocket money to win the small stuffed bunny she had seen him eyeing. When she had finally presented it to him proudly, he told her he liked it because it reminded him of her. After a moment of looking at the bunny, he spoke again. Kirishima, can you give us a moment alone? Kirishima, while obviously confused by the conversation, simply smiled. Sure bro, I'll see you later. But as he approached the door, he was stopped by Bakugo's voice. Kirishima. The sports festival is tomorrow. Kirishima turned out of curiosity before Bakugo continued. You had better make the final round. With your quirk and your drive you have no FING excuse. Understand? Kirishima's smile was a sight to behold, and with watery eyes he looked at Bakugo. I'm gonna make the podium, Baku bro. Cheer me on. Bakugo rewarded the boy's manly display with a small soft smile that brought more joy to Izuka than she had expected. She saw Dr. Okami sporting a small smile as well as she turned to follow Kirishima as he practically floated out of the room on an endorphin high. After the door closed and they were alone, Bakugo's smile disappeared and he turned serious again. You need to hide your quirk's origins better. He barked, making Izuka flinch. I didn't do a very good job of expressing that the other day. Bakugo grumbled. Izuka was thrown at the statement. That's what Monday had been about. He wanted her to be safe? She pondered for a moment before looking at the boy again. He is really bad at feelings, she thought to herself. He raised an eyebrow at her and asked, Do you understand what I am talking about? Well, I know one should know already, right? She finally managed to get out. Bakugo sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose just like Aizawa would do when annoyed by them and fighting off a headache. He looked back up at her, eyes serious. You need to do better. Someday you will be a shining beacon to people. What happens when some little quirkless kid in the future hears the #1 hero did not have a quirk until after she tried to kill herself? The last part he only whispered, but Izuka hardly noticed. She was horrified of the very idea. She wanted to inspire people, but that was not her idea of inspiration. So now you understand? Bakugo pulled her from inside her own head. You dad is the #1 hero, I am sure he has connections. Erase data, falsify records, whatever the F you have to do to bury it. No one should have to go through what you did. Izuka found herself nodding. She felt like it would be dishonest but DMN if she would encourage anyone to feel so desperately for a quirk that they would hurt themselves. Too many people already know that I was quirkless. How can we possibly cover it up? She asked the blonde. He had obviously thought about it a lot to come to the conclusions he had. The boy shrugged. Physical limiters probably. Your quirk was too powerful so your body wouldn't let you use it until you had enough muscle mass or some other factor. That was actually a really good idea. It was a rare phenomenon but not as rare as force-manifested quirks and as powerful as she was. It would explain a lot. Thank you Casey Dash. She caught herself as she saw the boy flinch. Bakugo. He looked away and she could tell it was in shame. He didn't think he deserved any thanks. It's no big deal, he grumbled. The bigger issue is the second quirk. Your father's. It's called one for a dash, she started. I don't want to know. He interjected. The less anyone knows the better. She was confused. It couldn't hurt to tell you a little. She tapered it as he gave her a deadpan stare. What if I told the wrong person? Do you know what some FING people would do for a quirk like that? He barked at her. I can protect myself. She snarked right back, trying to return his glare. Decide it can't be forcibly taken. It has to be give dash. I don't want to know Zuzu. Bakugo paled the moment he realized he had spoken the childhood nickname he had stopped using when they were, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. She quickly stated and they both avoided looking at each other. After a moment he let out a long breath and took a few more deep ones trying to keep calm. Imagine if that handsy fucker from the USJ grabbed a classmate like you, Rarika. Izuka stiffened at the mental image that statement gave her. And then he proceeded to disintegrate her limbs one by one, all while screaming at you to give him your quirk. Would you do it? Or would you let her die? Izuka paled as she thought about it. The idea was horrific beyond reason. She could almost imagine the screams coming from the short brunette. She felt herself begin to spiral mentally, but Bakugo saw that coming. It's not gonna happen, Midoriya. She snapped back to the present, looking up at him. She nodded. Ochako was okay and she would never let anything like that ever happen. But you and your father have got to be more careful. No one should even know about your relationship until after you are graduated. That creepy fucker already knew more about All Might than he should have. If I was able to figure it out, well, I won't be the only one. She nodded numbly. She had to go talk to her father. They had to make some plans and take care of some loose ends. Her thought process was interrupted by the door opening. Dr. Okami stuck her head in the door. Sorry, but it's getting late and I think we need to wrap things up. Izuka looked up at Bakugo and he nodded. We just finished K. And then he lowered his voice to a whisper and spoke to Izuka. I'm sorry again. I didn't mean to hurt you the other day and today. I'm sorry. About everything. He didn't look at her but slowly pet the green rabbit's ears. She wanted to tell him it was okay. She wanted to forgive him but she knew he wouldn't accept it. She would wait yet again. I know, she whispered back. She got up and walked to the door but was stopped by his voice again. Also about the sports festival. You have no excuse to not stand at the top. Next time I see you it had better be with a effing gold medal around your neck. She turned smiling at him and was rewarded with a soft smile. It brought her even more joy to see it directed at her than when she had seen it given to Kirishima earlier. I will. I am going to tell the world, I am here. They locked eyes one last time and she felt the same warmth in her chest as when he told her she would be an amazing hero. He believed in her and even after all they had been through she craved that approval. While All Might was her all-time favorite hero, Katsuki Bakugo had been her first hero. She turned and strode out the door with her head held high. She was gonna decimate the competition tomorrow and show him she was worth his newfound admiration. It was dark and there was mist swirling about his feet. Katsuki was confused. Where the hell was he? He couldn't remember how he got here. He turned around in a circle trying to see anything beyond the dark. When he returned to the point of origin there was a full-length mirror jutting out of the mist. What in the ever-living F-dash? That wasn't there a second ago. He approached the mirror and saw himself but it wasn't him. What fresh hell is this? He mumbled. He didn't want it to be him. His reflection wore a manic crazy smile and his eyes burned like fiery rubies. He reached out to make sure it was indeed a reflection, and the copy raised its arm in perfect unison. As he touched the glass, his reflection's face turned into an ugly sneer and it grabbed his hand. Weak! His clone bellowed as it then punched him in the face, knocking Katsuki onto his back. Before he could even react, the demon with his face was on him. Pathetic! As he aimed a savage kick to Katsuki's stomach, knocking the wind out of him. It stood over him and leered at him. You let some effing useless little girl get the best of you. No, Katsuki weakly protested as he gasped, trying to get his breath back. She isn't useless. Had to kill herself to get a quirk. God, I wish I could have watched it happen. The a-hole smiled thinking about it. And no, we were supposed to be a hero to her. Katsuki tried to reason with his demonic self. That sheet. The weak are meat and the strong need to eat. The other Katsuki laughed while letting his quirk crackle across his palms. She was cannon fodder. Nothing else on our path to greatness. A pebble on the side of the road until you made her more. What the F are you? Katsuki finally asked as he struggled to his knees. The clone laughed. I am you fucker. I am the you are supposed to be. Now stop sniveling like a coward and go take back our destiny from that little girl. She is nothing but a weak, useless extra that stands in our way. No. You're wrong. She is strong. She is strong, so much stronger than me. Katsuki yelled back. If possible, the clone's smile turned even more manic. Oh really? And with a wave of his hand, the mist swirled and coalesced under his palm into a shadowy figure before a little green-haired girl with big green eyes popped into existence. Katsuki's eyes blew wide open. It was Izuka, the small little girl he had turned his rage on after she was diagnosed quirkless and had lost her mother. Tears began to fall down her face as soon as she saw him. Kaken? Ah! She screamed as the blonde bee grabbed a fistful of her hair. Please no, Kaken. I'm sorry. Please don't hurt me. She sobbed. The evil Katsuki laughed, reveling in her pain. Katsuki could feel the tears fall down his face. No. Please don't hurt her. Izuka, I'm sorry. He choked off a sob. I am simply doing what you are too weak to do. The crazed copy cruelly smiled. She isn't even worth keeping around anymore. No. Katsuki screamed as his demon ignited their quirk, decimating Izuka to a bloody puddle. Katsuki bolted upright, wide awake from the deafening boom. His eyes stung from the smoke, and the familiar scent of his quirk going off surrounded him. The room had flames lighting up the edge of the window, and the right side of his bed was a twist of destroyed metal. Turning to the other side, his attention was drawn to the floor. He saw it laying there by the door. The new green bunny Izuka had given him. He had fallen asleep holding it tight like a lifeline. Now its left side was scorched beyond recognition. His heart started pounding, the sound of rushing blood filled his ears, and his vision started to tunnel. He could feel the tears falling down his face as he stared at his shaking hands. Nothing but weapons that could only destroy. There was no coming back. Redemption is not possible, and he was done trying. He turned back to the ruined side of his bed and reached a shaking hand for a jagged piece of metal. Kirishima was beaming as Izuka met him outside of the hospital with a bronze medal hanging around his neck. The boy had been an indomitable force in the tournament yesterday, and many of Class 1A had been shocked by his tenacity. She was so proud of him, and she was sure Bakugo would be too. Ultimately, his loss came in the semifinals and had been to Todoroki. He just didn't have the offensive capability to overcome the dual quirk user's ice. Izuka smiled at the last thought. She had finally gotten the boy to use his fire. He truly was a dual quirk user now. She couldn't wait to tell Katsuki about her final match. The split-haired boy was the only person besides Tokoyami and Dark Shadow to give her a run for her money in the entire festival, she thought as she touched the gold medal hanging around her neck. While she was proud of getting him to use his fire, it reminded her of Endeavor. That's if in a hole. While she wouldn't spill Shoto's secrets, she was totally gonna tell Bakugo about her confrontation with the number 2 hero in the hallways below the stadium. She hoped that fact she called Endeavor a PP juggling thunder Cindy. to his face would get a laugh out of the blonde boy. Also, she had done exactly what she told Bakugo she would do. She had stood tall on the podium and declared to the world, "I am here," after dominating the tournament. She wondered if he had watched the competition. Probably not, she mused as they walked toward the reception desk, but she hoped he would like hearing a play-by-play of the day from the two of them. As they approached the reception desk for Bakugo's ward, something was off. The big burly ordeal and the energetic nurse were nowhere to be found. She and Kirishima shared a look. He looked just as worried. The hairs on the back of Izuka's neck stood on end when Kirishima asked, "Do you smell that?" She did. "It smells like smoke," she said as they both begun briskly walking down the hall, which turned into a jog and then into a full-on sprint once they caught the scent of blood mixed in the air. They both skidded around the corner, and the scene they came upon would haunt their dreams in the years to come. Sitting against the wall across from Bakugo's room covered in blood was the big orderly they had seen many times during their visits. His head was bowed between his knees and he seemed to be crying softly. Izuka immediately went to him as Kirishima headed toward Bakugo's room. Izuka crouched down, trying not to startle the man. "Sir, are you okay?" The orderly jumped anyways and looked at her with wide eyes but didn't answer her question. She slowly reached out to him. "Can you tell me where you are injured?" she asked as she glanced down at his shirt and arms covered in blood. The man looked down at his hands and mumbled, This isn't my BB blood." Just then behind her she heard Kirishima call to her, Izuka." She turned, looked into Bakugo's room and froze. It looked like a scene straight out of a horror movie. There was evidence of flames on the far wall by the window, and the far side of the bed was so mangled it was barely recognizable. On the floor was a large puddle of blood, and in the middle of it, laying on its side, was the stuffed bunny she had given Bakugo. Its left side burned beyond recognition and the right side stained with blood. She couldn't move. All she could do was stare at the bunny and felt tears burning in her eyes. Her mind was in a fog, but she could still hear Kirishima speak. "Did Bakugo try and hurt himself again?" he asked the orderly. She heard the man stand up and she turned to look at him. "He didn't try anything." Stressing the word. "He goddamn succeed." The man grumbled and then SCKD in a shuddering breath. "Chatora!" Came a sharp reprimand from behind them. All three turned to behold Dr. Okami. Her white lab coat had splotches of blood on it as well. Ignoring Izuka and Kirishima for the time being, she walked toward the orderly Chatora with a soft look on her face. "I'm sorry, doctor," the man whispered. It seemed strange to hear from such a big burly man. "I wasn't fast enough." "You did the best you could, Chatora, and you were plenty fast enough. You saved a life today." Dr. Okami reached out and touched the man's shoulder. He seemed to relax at the touch. "Tomoko is very upset." Chatora straightened back up immediately. "Go get changed and see her in the break room. Then take her home. You are both taking the rest of the day off. I already called Shino and Tsuchikawa in." Chatora nodded, said, "Thank you, doctor." Then he briskly walked away, leaving them alone with Dr. Okami. "What happened?" they both asked at once. Dr. Okami sighed and rubbed her hand down her face with a small groan. "As far as we can tell, Katsuki had something like a night terror and set off his quirk in his sleep. Tomoko can monitor up to 100 people remotely with her quirk, so they got moving quickly. They were already on their way from the front desk and had called me. Chatora is very strong and his quirk is pliability, so he was able to restrain Katsuki. When they found him, he was." She trailed off and took a deep breath. "He was trying to cut off his hand with a jagged piece of metal from the bed frame." She finished. Izuka's brain froze up for a moment as time came screeching to a halt. He was trying to cut off his hand? Then she remembered. All the times after the USJ she saw him staring at his hands, and the last day at school he was actually glaring at them like he hated them. She slowly turned and looked at Kirishima. The boy looked horrified beyond reason. They were both speechless, and Dr. Okami watched them both. Carefully, Kirishima was the first to finally speak. Will he? I mean, he can't. Is he going to be okay?" Dr. Okami gave the boy a pitying look. "Katsuki will survive, but right now they are trying to save his hand. Hopefully they can and he doesn't lose too much function. He managed to do a lot of damage in a short amount of time. Izuka was finally able to bring herself to speak. But why would he do that? I thought he was getting better. She finished with a whisper. He had seemed better on their last visit. At least she thought he was. I told you it might get worse before it gets better. Dr. Okami told her morosely. Between the night terror and a panic attack, I'm not sure he will even remember trying to hurt himself. The three remained silent in their own thoughts for a moment. Izuka was lost. She had stumbled dealing with Bakugo each step of the way since the USJ. But finally the last visit things had seemed to go better. They had been so honest with each other and he seemed to be trying so hard to help her. She had hoped he was past trying to hurt himself, but she had been wrong again. She felt the guilt slip into her mind. She should have done more to help if she had then. Midoriya. Don't. Dr. Okami snapped her out of her own head. And Kirishima, you need to stop. Katsuki had a nightmare followed by a panic attack. Unless you two snuck in here and tried to hurt him, neither of you are responsible. To understand? She scolded them both. They looked at each other. Izuka saw the guilt written plainly on his face, but he nodded nonetheless, and she did as well. Now it's time for both of you to go. I will text you later with an update on his condition. Right now I have things I have to take care of. At the end she made a face like she had bitten into something rotten. Izuka didn't understand, but she got up and began to leave with Kirishima. A final thought entered her mind and she turned around to ask, "Did you let Bakugo's parents know?" She queried. Dr. Okami smiled. "Yes, I contacted his father and he should be here shortly." While Izuka didn't want to face either of the elder Bakugos, but she felt compelled to ask one more question but wasn't sure she wanted to know the answer. What about his mother? The blue woman made an obvious effort to keep her face impassive. I don't know. She hasn't been here since the first day. Izuka paled at having her suspicions confirmed. Mitsuki Bakugo hadn't been visiting her own son? While it had been years since she had seen the women, she had not expected that. Her and Katsuki's relationship was contentious to say the least, but Izuka knew that Mitsuki Bakugo loved her son. She had too. Then she remembered what happened the first day he woke up. He had told his parents everything. To say Mitsuki was probably enraged would be an understatement. Izuka shook her head. One thing at a time, deal with the problem in front of her now. She looked up at Kirishima and saw that he actually looked angry. It was weird seeing this look on his face. She reached out and touched his shoulder. It's okay, Kirishima. I gave up trying to understand their mother-son relationship a long time ago. He didn't look so sure but nodded anyways, and after a final look at Dr. Okami, he let her guide him out of the hospital. Izuka wondered what the next step was, but little did she know it was gonna be out of her hands. At school the following week, Ochako, with Mina's help, had been watching Izuka and Kirishima carefully. They both had been extremely on edge even if they were wearing smiles. While both had gotten a ton of offers for internships and seemed excited, the girls both knew better. They were wearing masks, trying to hide how upset they were. Apparently Bakugo had hurt himself rather badly again and they hadn't been able to see him. Ochako had tried to pry maybe a little bit too much. Every time she did, Izuka ended up clamming up and seemed even more upset. She had finally been pulled aside by a very irate Aizawa and told in no uncertain terms unless she was actually worried about Bakugo to drop it. She felt slightly guilty, but he had been on a war path the whole week. He was always grumpy, but this was worse than normal. They knew he was pleased with all of their performances in the sports festival, so he should have been in a better mood, right? What crawled up his but this week was beyond her. Mina and her had cornered the pair of morose teenagers and dragged them both to lunch. They took their lunch out to a grassy area under a tree for some privacy. The girls talked about their choices for internships, trying to distract the green and red-headed pair, but that didn't last long as Izuka's phone began to ring. She stared at it with a quizzical look. It's Dr. Okami. She tilted the phone toward Kirishima to show him the caller ID. She never calls. She only texts. Ochako got a sinking feeling and stole a glance at Mina, seeing she had the same look on her face. Dr. Okami? Izuka asked as she answered the phone on speaker. Is everything okay? Kirishima, Ochako and Mina are all here too. Midoriya, can you and Kirishima come to the hospital today? None of the four teenagers missed the fact that she ignored the question. Sure, we will come right after school. Is everything okay? The green-headed girl replied. Katsuki asked to see you both. There was a pause. You two should bring Ishido and Uraraka as well. The last part surprised Ochako and she felt the hairs on her neck stand up like something bad was about to happen. We will be there, doctor. Kirishima replied. Is Bakubro okay? He will be fine and he is getting his cast off today. Also when you come he has moved floors. We are now on the second floor. I'll see you all this afternoon. The doctor said and then abruptly hung up. Ochako's plans for the afternoon had gone right out the window as she looked at Izuka's face and saw it was lined with worry. Mina did her best to break up the tension. She sounded super busy. Let's get back to class and we will head out right after. The other two nodded but said nothing, both deep in thought. Ochako and Mina looked at each other and shared a silent conversation. They would go with their friends and then try to figure out what was upsetting them both so much. The trip to the hospital had been a quiet one. Mina and Ochako had tried to talk a few times but finally gave up. Any other day Izuka would have loved seeing Mina holding Kirishima's arm and been thrilled with Ochako holding her hand, but she couldn't shake off this impending sense of Nearly pushing the wrong elevator button, she quickly pressed the correct one but failed to notice the directory right above it. Once the elevator opened she understood immediately. At the end of the hall was a reception desk and beyond that was a large steel-reinforced door with a guard standing by. Over the top of the door was a sign. Psychiatric ward. What the hell? Kirishima muttered as they walked to check in once he noticed the door. Mina squeezed his arm and he relaxed a little bit as they signed in and were directed into a waiting room off to the side. They waited in silence with both Izuka and Kirishima staring off into space and Mina and Ochako staring at their respective charges instead. Dr. Okami swiftly entered the room, taking her normal amount of time to look at them all in turn. All four stood and waited, each holding their breath, sensing the anxiety rolling off the doctor. She smiled softly at them with a twinge of sadness in her eyes. Thank you for coming. Kirishima, come with me. Katsuki wants to talk to you first. Kirishima made no signs of moving and the doctor raised an eyebrow. Why is he here? Why did you move him? Kirishima sounded angry and a little hurt. Dr. Okami sighed. The choice was out of my hands. After Saturday, the hospital administration forced me to follow protocol. I had been keeping him in a normal ward to help his recovery, but now. She gave a small shrug. This is the best place for him to keep himself and others safe. Kirishima slumped a little and nodded, the fight draining out of him. He turned and gave Mina a small smile before following Dr. Okami out the door and into the ward. Once the door shut, Mina whirled around and faced Izuka. Okay, what the hell happened on Saturday? Izuka lowered her head and answered quietly. Bakugo hurt himself. We know that. Mina fumed. What happened? The whole story. You two have been moping around like someone kicked your puppy. Izuka shrunk in on herself to appear smaller. Mina, that's enough. Ochako broke in, probably reacting to Izuka's posture. Mina huffed and grunted. We just want to help. Izuka took a deep breath and let her shoulders drop again. He had a nightmare and set off his quirk in his sleep. Then he tried to cut off his hands with a jagged piece of metal. She finished with a whisper. Mina looked absolutely mortified and Izuka felt Ochako seize up at her side. We both thought he was getting better. Izuka finally said. You guys were both in such good moods at the sports festival, we thought he was too. Ochako replied as she leaned into Izuka's side. Izuka took comfort at the warm feeling. I'm sorry. Mina finally mumbled. We just want to help you, but we just don't understand why you are both so fixated. And then to herself she grumbled. He hurts you whenever you visit. Izuka chose not to reply, especially to the last part she didn't think she was supposed to hear, instead letting the room lapse into silence. It wasn't true, he didn't hurt her when she saw him, not anymore. She could not speak for Kirishima and she hardly understood why she was so fixated on Bakugo, as Mina had put it. Under all the hurt she could see the hero Bakugo could become and glimpses of the boy she knew as child. She wanted to save him so badly. But something felt wrong about this visit. Why did he ask to see them both? Also, why was Dr. Okami being so evasive? Her train of thought was interrupted as the doctor in question opened the door to the waiting room. But without Kirishima, it had been barely 10 minutes. Mina sprung to her feet immediately. "Where is Kirishima?" she demanded. With a sad look, Dr. Okami answered. "He wanted a few minutes to himself. He will be back shortly." Mina did not look satisfied at all with the answer, but before she could voice it, the blue women looked at Izuka. "Midoriya, it's your turn. Please come with me." With one final squeeze of Ochako's hand, she got up and left the room, not looking back. She didn't want to see the look on either of the other girls' faces. She felt increasingly nervous as she followed Dr. Okami through the big door past the guard. As she walked down the hall, she turned to her right and saw a familiar spike of red hair. He was sitting in a small side hallway by a janitor's closet. He had his face in his hands and was quietly sobbing. Izuka immediately turned to go to him, but a hand on her arm stopped her. She looked back at Dr. Okami, questioning why she would stop her. Dr. Okami whispered, "Give him some time. You can talk to him after Katsuki." She reached for Izuka's arm again, and Izuka flinched away slightly. "What is this about Okami?" she whispered back. The blue women looked so sad, and Izuka wasn't sure she wanted to know the answer. "Remember what I said after your first attempted visit?" Izuka slowly nodded. "You said if these visits hurt Bakugo, you would end them immediately. This is his choice," the doctor said slowly. "Maybe I can convince him to have visitors sometime in the future, but right now they need to stop." Izuka was numb. She couldn't believe this was happening, and she still didn't know why she cared so much. She finally let herself be led to a nearby room at the end of the main hall. The door was propped partway open, and she could see a silhouette through the crack. Dr. Okami stood off to the side, and Izuka heard who she assumed to be Bakugo slip to the floor on the other side of the door. She followed suit, leaning against the door, and felt the comforting weight that was slumped against the other side of. It reminded her that he was still here. They were silent for a moment, and she didn't want to start what might be their last conversation. "Hi," she finally heard through the door. "Why?" she asked after she composed herself. She couldn't even greet him back. She had to know the answer. After a beat of silence, he began. "You're hurting me." She felt tears start to form in her eyes. She was afraid of this. She worried about this every time she saw him since the gate at UA. She heard him take a deep breath and then clear his throat. "Every time I see you, I hate myself, and I don't deserve your attention, mercy, or pity. Every time I see Kirishima, it just reminds me of the hero I could never hope to be. The road to being a hero is going to be hard. Even harder for you than most because of me. You and Kirishima need to focus. You need to move forward and never look back. You have so many people to save, so you need to move on. Get away from me. I will only drag you guys down. I'm so sorry, Izuka." He choked off a small sob at the end. Izuka was silent. She couldn't bring herself to try and reply. She didn't want to hurt him. Could she even say no to this? Would this really help her move on? Help him heal? To cut themselves out of each other's lives? She looked up at Dr. Okami. The blue women had been a guiding light through this whole disaster. The kind woman gave her a barely perceptible nod to her unasked questions. Izuka took a deep breath. She would do this for him. If this was going to help him, she could put up with this. For him. For Kaken. She leaned toward the edge of the door and placed her hand on the floor just inside the room. If that's what you want. What you need. We will leave you alone," she replied in a shaky voice. "But you have to promise me. Promise me you won't try and kill yourself again. Please promise me," she finished in a stronger voice. The silence stretched after she made her request. It went on long enough she thought he wasn't going to respond. She placed the side of her head on the door and closed her eyes. "Please," she whispered, more to herself than to him. When she couldn't take it anymore and the tears started to flow down her face, she felt a warm, calloused hand gently encase hers. Her eyes snapped open at the contact, and she stared at Bakugo's hand resting gently on top of hers on the floor. For a moment he said nothing, and she simply kept her shock at the sudden contact to herself. Then he spoke. "You are gonna have to keep a promise too." She perked up at this. I won't try and take my life again, but you are gonna have to keep moving forward. Don't look back, get more help if you need it. Become the perfect hero everyone needs you to be. Promise me. She felt his fingers curl around her hand and she in turn curled her fingers around his. She squeezed his fingers slightly. I promise. He squeezed back. I promise too. After a few moments he let go. Goodbye, Katsuki. She whispered. Goodbye, Izuka. He whispered back. She stood and scrubbed her tear-stained face with her forearm. She glanced at Dr. Okami and they shared a small smile. She held herself tall and walked toward the exit. Kirishima was waiting for her by the door. She looked at him. His eyes were red-rimmed and his nose was running, but he gave her a small sad smile. They both turned to the door but then paused with their hands raised ready to leave. She wanted to turn back but knew what she had to do. Always move forward. She said, never look back. Kirishima replied. They both nodded to each other and stepped out, back into the real world. Katsuki watched them both leave. It hurt his heart in ways he could never have imagined to watch them walk out that door side by side. But they did exactly as he had asked and now they could go be the heroes he knew they could be. They didn't look back and he was so proud of them both. Katsuki was exhausted after the day's events. He stared out onto the night skyline at his window in his mostly darkened room. The psychiatric ward was far more colorful than what he was used to, but also so sad he realized thinking of the woman he had met earlier. Basically, it was a giant migraine, but he made his bed and now he had to lay on it. Or perhaps he dug his own grave and had to lay in it. Kay wasn't around to scold him for such thoughts currently, so he let himself smile slightly. His brooding was interrupted by a soft rustling of cloth behind him and the small click of the door. He looked in the window's reflection and was proud of himself for not jumping out of his skin. A thin dark figure moved silently through the room. As it got closer he could see the deceptive scarf and the eye bags that rivaled his own. Eraserhead. He said quietly and returned his gaze to the night outside his window. That's sensei to you, Bakugo. The grumpy man returned his greeting as he walked to the window to share the view. Not anymore. Bakugo snarked back. Looking at Aizawa's reflection, he saw what looked like pain cross the underground hero's face. He was hurting another person. I'm sorry. He said the words still so foreign on his tongue. The hero shrugged. It's not illogical, but call me Aizawa, not Eraserhead. Fair enough. Katsuki accepted and they both let the room lapse into silence, each lost in their own thoughts. When Katsuki had a sudden realization and checked the reflection of the room and confirmed they were alone. Does Kei know you are here? He asked. Aizawa looked to the side, avoiding eye contact, and coughed into his hand. I told her I might stop by. Katsuki rolled his eyes, even if he understood why. Underground heroes were notoriously paranoid with good reason. She is gonna skin you alive if she finds out you are here unsupervised. Duly noted, and I will avoid her finding out. The hero snarked back. It's not like she would use your emotions against you. Being a bit paranoid, aren't you? Katsuki looked at his former teacher. You have probably only talked to her once and avoided her like the plague since then. I have been texting with her every day since I first met her on the day you were admitted to the hospital. Aizawa explained. She is a lovely woman. Katsuki had to try very, very hard not to let his jaw fall open in shock. Aizawa had been keeping tabs on him? That was the absolute last thing he expected from the teacher that seemed to despise teaching. Trying to maintain his footing the conversation, Katsuki shot back. I think she is single. Aizawa rolled his eyes. I don't think my husband would like that very much. Now Katsuki actually gaped at the pro hero, completely caught off guard. What? Gay heroes aren't exactly rare. Aizawa seemed slightly offended. I don't give a f about that. Katsuki barked before he tried to recover smoothly. I figured you weren't the type to keep a houseplant, let alone a spouse. Aizawa at least had the decency to look slightly embarrassed at assuming Katsuki was acting homophobic. I suppose a houseplant would be far less work than Hisashi. I'll tell him you said that. Katsuki once again failed not to gape and didn't have to force the laugh that came out of his mouth. Married. Present. Mike. He shook his head and turned back to the window. You are full of surprises. The teacher shrugged and proceeded to join the brooding session with Katsuki while looking at the night sky. Katsuki noticed the deeper-than-normal scowl and finally asked after a few minutes. Why the hell are you even here, Aizawa? You should be sleeping while your students are at internships. That was silence in response and an even deeper scowl. He was just gonna let it go and didn't expect an answer, but Aizawa broke into his thoughts again. I failed you, Bakugo. He finally said softly. Bakugo scoffed. You did no such thing. He said, not knowing how close to the heart it struck his teacher, since the man had said the same thing to Izuka. Last I checked, I was still this side of the dirt. I didn't fail you as a pro hero, I failed you as a teacher, Bakugo. Aizawa replied, and Katsuki had no words to respond to that deceleration. He knew he was grasping at straws but said, I think I am way beyond anyone's effing help. No one is beyond hope, Bakugo. Yue could have helped you. Between me, Hound Dog, and Nizu we could have gotten you help and you could have moved forward toward being a hero. Aizawa said stoically. Katsuki didn't want to think about what could have been. He felt the familiar pain in his chest and the tears start in his eyes anyways. He made his choices and he was gonna have to move forward just like he made Izuka and Kirishima promise they would. He told Aizawa exactly that. I won't help anyone to guess or hope about what could have been. He took a deep breath to compose himself. I need to move forward. I still should have reached out to you sooner. The first day. Aizawa said with guilt written across his face. Katsuki looked at his ex-teacher in confusion. You think I didn't notice? Asked Aizawa, eyebrow raised. Yui absolutely shocked. I stopped you from going after Midoriya during the Quirk assessment. Your former school never told you it was wrong. They probably encouraged you to act like that. Katsuki looked away in shame. It doesn't matter. I made my choices, no one forced me to act that way. Force? Encourage? I imagine they gaslight you a lot, especially when it came to Midoriya. Katsuki thought back to when his middle school teacher called out Izuka during class for trying for Yue even while quirkless. The a-hole did shit like that more than once. Katsuki found he was nodding and stopped himself. As long as you move forward trying to be better, that's all I have the right to ask, I suppose. Aizawa finished sadly. Katsuki was tired and wanted to try to sleep even if it was unlikely he would pull off that feat. You should go before Kei finds you here. He spoke softly. Aizawa nodded and moved toward the door. I'll be keeping my eyes on you, Bakugo. Katsuki rolled his eyes and scoffed. Creepy FING stalker. Just take care of the others. Please. Pausing at the door and not turning around, Aizawa answered. I will. I promise I won't ever lose another student. With hardly a sound he was gone and Katsuki laid his forehead against the window. He couldn't help but think he hoped the pro hero would be able to keep his word. Ochako was on a mission with Mina. Both Kirishima and Izuka had been closed off since their last visit with Bakugo, and by the gods the girls were gonna find out why. At the same time, though, the two had seemed to blossom when it came to hero work. Seeing Izuka determined to be a leader to the rest of class was amazing, and Kirishima had thrown himself into studying to become a top student. When everyone had come back from internships, those two seemed the most changed. Izuka's run-in with the hero killer seemed to have changed her, and Ochako was super happy to see Ida finally acting more normal again. Thank goodness Endeavor was there to save them all. Kirishima came back even more fired up and wanted to focus on his image as a hero, which he had learned was important from fourth kind. Even with all that going on, she knew her friend, and Mina knew Kirishima. They were hiding. When they thought no one was looking, they looked so forlorn, and it was all because of Bakugo. They had both said they were not going back to see him but didn't want to elaborate beyond that. It looked like Bakugo had cut them off, and while Ochako was thankful, they seemed so hurt. Mina and her just wanted to understand. Which is why they found themselves back at the hospital. As they rode the elevator up to the second floor of the hospital, they each were silent in their own thoughts. They agreed that the best way to help their friends was to see the source of their angst. But the issue was the gatekeeper. How on earth were they going to talk Dr. Okami into letting them see Bakugo? As the elevator doors opened, any ideas they had went right out the window as at the end of the hall near the entrance to the ward a side door opened and out walked the gatekeeper herself carrying a clipboard and a small cup filled with pills. The blue women looked up and locked her eyes on them. Ochako immediately felt herself shrink slightly under the women's gaze. They both froze like kids with their hands in the cookie jar for long enough that the elevator doors began to shut, snapping them out of their trance as they scrambled to get out. Dr. Okami seemed content to wait at the front desk and watch them sheepishly walk down the hall. After they got to her but said nothing and neither girl wanted to meet her gaze, she finally broke the spell. "What can I do for you girls today?" "Well, we wanted to see Bakugo." Mina managed to stammer out. The doctor simply raised an eyebrow and looked at Ochako, who was struggling with words as well. "We just want to understand." She finally ground out. This was not going the way she had expected. After a long moment, Dr. Okami finally said, "I've asked this before, but are you here for Bakugo or your friend's sakes?" Both girls shared a glance and Ochako threw out one final desperate attempt. "Can't it be both?" Ochako said, not realizing that Izuka had said the same phrase to Dr. Okami before. "I mean, we know he is in a bad way and maybe we can help, but we really want to understand why Izuka and Kirishima are hurting so bad." Dr. Okami looked at them for a long time and seemed to wrestle with something internally. Finally, she seemed to have made a choice and spoke to them very slowly and with supreme authority. "If you hurt him on purpose, I will end your hero careers before they have even begun." Both girls looked like they had been slapped. They didn't want to hurt him, Tako thought. Did their emotions during all their meetings make them seem malicious? Ochako cringed thinking about some of her thoughts during previous visits with Izuka. They just wanted to understand. "I've got your teacher's number and I will call him immediately, do you understand?" Both girls nodded reluctantly. "Good. Sign in and follow me." Girls both jumped to do as she asked and followed close behind her as they walked into the ward. Ochako was nervous. She hadn't seen the boy since his last day at school and hadn't said anything to him since right before the USJ, and that had been to call him an a-hole. She was pulled from her thoughts by Dr. Okami's voice. "Katsuki hasn't slept since the night before last, and he has not been very talkative. I am just warning you." Mina and Ochako shared a look. "Why hasn't he slept? Can't you do something for him?" Mina asked. Dr. Okami held up the cup of pills and shook them slightly. "His nightmares are horrible things and he is scared of setting off his quirk in his sleep again." Ochako remembered what Izuka had told them on their final visit. Bakugo had tried to cut off his hands after he had set his quirk off in his sleep. Finally they approached a door and the doctor placed her hand on it but didn't open it. After a moment she spoke. "You want to know why he told Midoriya and Kirishima to not come back?" Both girls nodded yes. "He is afraid of hurting them, of holding them back. He wants them both to move on. The only reason I am allowing this is because if you understand and can help them move on, it will help give him peace. Do you get it now?" Both girls were stunned. He cut them both off to try and help them? Ochako thought to herself. He must really believe they are better off without him around. Her thoughts were interrupted by the door opening. As they walked in, they spotted him sitting on the windowsill looking out with his head resting on the glass. He turned toward the noise of their entry and looked at the two of them. Ochako froze in shock and she heard Mina gasp at her side. He didn't look like the Bakugo Katsuki they had known in class. He had lost weight and just looked so utterly defeated. It was his eyes that scared Ochako the most. They were so dead, no rage or fiery passion, just empty dull pools of red. He gazed at them almost not recognizing them, and then a flicker crossed his face and he seemed to curl in on himself like he was afraid of them. "Uraraka, Ashido," he whispered in a half-greeting. His reaction horrified them, but even worse was the large roping scar that looked like a twisting root covering his left wrist. Ochako couldn't even form words. Now she understood. How could she not? Bakugo seemed to have been utterly broken and all their friends had been trying to do was help. They had been fixated on this boy that was beyond their help. That was why they were so upset, they couldn't help him. Dr. Okami walked around the bed and handed the pills with a glass of water to Bakugo. It took his eyes off them and both girls were able to share a look. Mina looked more horrified than Ochako had ever seen her, and she was sure her face didn't look any better. They shared a silent conversation followed by a nod. When they turned back, Bakugo had finished his drink and was looking at them again. He just kept looking at them, making no move to speak, and Ochako was at a loss of what to say. Finally, Mina was able to do what Ochako could not. "Hi Bakugo. How are you?" She cringed as she asked. Bakugo didn't look offended but seemed to relax, the little fear leaving him, and shrugged his shoulders as his reply. "How are you too? How was your internships?" he asked. "I'm fine." Ochako replied, a little thrown by the question. "We all learn a lot." Most came back super fired up to learn more. Bakugo gave them a small nod. "Good, I'm glad." Ochako gave Mina a small side glance. She looked as surprised as Ochako was. They were both so used to explosions, yelling and cussing. Ochako decided to try a different approach. "I'm surprised your first question wasn't about those two." To the side she saw Okami make a small face and was worried instantly. She thought Ochako was being malicious. Bakugo gave her a blank look. "I suppose you are right. I'll ask about them," he said, followed by a small smile that caught her off guard. "Have you two worked up the courage to confess and ask them out already?" Ochako felt like her face burst into flames and saw Mina turn lilac in her blush. Both girls began sputtering, unable to form words, but were cut off when they heard a chuckle coming from Bakugo. They had never heard him laugh before. They both looked at him with the small grin on his face. "Sorry," he said. "You set that up too easy to let it slide." Both girls pouted at him, making his grin grow just a little. "But seriously," he said after a minute, "I've got eyes and see them. So does the rest of the school after the sports festival. If you don't make your move, someone else will." Ochako was revolted by the idea. Izuka was hers, and she was going to take care of the green-haired angel. She felt herself blush even more and felt a little ashamed at being so possessive. Mina choked a little and cleared her throat. "But we are so busy with school, so there is no need to rush things, right?" Her objection was weak, and she knew it from the look on her face. Bakugo scoffed a little and looked away out the window. "Don't fool yourself. In another life I would have probably asked one of them out already." Ochako felt her mouth drop open and, glancing to the side, saw Mina was a mirror image. Shaking her head, she looked back at Bakugo. He looked sad again. She was at a loss of what to say, but luckily for her he broke into her thoughts again. "Regardless, just take care of them both, please," he said softly to them. "I worry they won't take care of themselves. T.W. worried about others." She noticed his eyes were drooping, and Okami moved him toward the bed, laying him down. The doctor looked at them both and nodded to the door, signaling that it was time to leave. Ochako looked at Mina and saw the girl had tears in her eyes. Without looking her direction, the pink girl said, "We will, don't worry." "Good, thank you." Bakugo slurred to them. "They both deserve it." And then he was out. They watched Dr. Okami gently tuck him in and then brush the hair off his forehead, caressing his face like a mother would her child. The doctor looked at them both. Mina was sobbing softly now with her hands over her mouth, and Ochako felt like she was in shock herself. "Now you understand," Dr. Okami said in a whisper. "Yes. Understand?" Ochako said, speaking for them both. It had been a super early morning which had turned into a long day. Mirko certainly had the energy of a bunny. Make that 600 bunnies. At least she hadn't been mad about the latest hero rankings. Izuka had been worried about this team-up, firstly because Mirko hated teaming up. This team-up, however, was necessary to see if Izuka wanted to take over the sector and open up an agency branch in the area. Mirko wanted to go back on the road as a traveling hero. Secondly, since she was passed in the rankings by Izuka, she was afraid the rabbit hero would be bitter. Her fears had been ungrounded, as the muscle-bound rabbit had pulled her into a one-armed hug, gushing over how proud she was of the green-haired girl. Izuka smiled to herself. Number 3 wasn't bad for 2 years out of school. The only other classmate of hers that had climbed the rankings nearly as quickly was Aizawa. Red Riot was one of the most popular and by far the most beloved hero in the county. The boy had cracked the top 20 this time, and even though most of her graduating class were rising stars, none had shone brighter than him in her opinion. Her most popular fights on the internet were her team-ups with him. She was the spear and he was the shield. She hadn't risen as fast as Hawks had, but she also wasn't raised from childhood as a weapon by the Hero Commission. Being the former #1 hero's adopted daughter may have helped but may have hurt just as much. People were fickle to say the least. Even then, most people still felt she was robbed of the #1 this time simply because Endeavor was. Well, Endeavor and very much part of the old guard of heroes. While Hawks, on the other hand, was the Commission's golden boy. He had called her the moment the rankings had been released, laughing hysterically. While he was #2, it was the highest he would ever get, and the Commission was grumbling about it. She still got a warm feeling in her chest thinking about how proud he sounded of her and that he already assumed the next rankings would have her at number. She was glad to see that the top 10 was filled with heroes more worried about helping people than about the prestige. Endeavor had even gotten better, even if he was still a PP juggling Thunder CMT, she thought, grinning. Walking around looking for some decent food after leaving Mirko's agency, she gravitated toward a higher-end restaurant that had been recommended to her by the rabbit hero herself. She apparently ate there often and said the food was amazing, plus the staff knew to leave heroes alone. Checking her hat and sunglasses to make sure she was unrecognizable as possible even with her telltale green hair, she opened the door. The place was called Hanakatoba and was really quite nice, she thought, looking at all the different flower decorations alluding to its namesake. It was actually really busy considering it was between the lunch and dinner rush on a Tuesday afternoon. Welcome to Hanakatoba. I assume you are here for the special like everyone else? Her attention was drawn to the bubbly blonde hostess. First time here actually, she smiled back. Is it always this busy? The hostess laughed. We stay pretty steady but are always slammed on Tuesday. The chef always makes his famous special. We are running low on tables, but would you like to sit at the bar? Sure. Izuka chirped and followed the literally bouncing lady while trying to guess her quirk. Miranda is my name and our bartender will be with you shortly. The hostess left her and a menu at the relatively empty bar, at least compared to the rest of the restaurant. She was greeted by the flaming red-headed bartender with a quick smile before she even got to look at the menu. Do you need to look at the menu, or are you here for the special? Is it really that good? I don't even know what it is. Izuka replied. The bartender raised an eyebrow and looked at Izuka closely. You aren't from the neighborhood, are you? Nope. I'll be working nearby for at least a few weeks, though maybe more permanently. With a quick wink, the bartender snatched the menu and placed it behind the bar. I'll get you the special and I promise you won't want to eat anywhere else while you are in town. It took everything Izuka had not to gape at the girl. You are awful bold with your prediction, miss. Call me Nix and I promise you won't be disappointed, or I'll shave my head and pay your bill if you are. Now what can I get you to drink? Izuka took it in stride, chuckling, and ordered some tea as she was reminded of another red-headed ray of sunshine she knew. She took the opportunity to catch up on the hero news while she waited for her food, but she didn't have to wait very long. While taking a sip of tea, a distant yet familiar scent wafted under her nose and she perked up as the plate was set in front of her. Her eyes widened as she saw what laid before her. Katsudon. It had been so long and she immediately thought of her mother. Warm memories of the women she missed more than anything else flooded her mind. She could still remember the small apartment filled with this same smell as she was experiencing now. It took everything she had to hold back her tears, and she smiled at the dish. Nix had an absolute sheet-eating grin on her face. You haven't even taken a bite and I am pretty sure my hair is safe. She laughed as she moved on to other patrons. Izuka chuckled and finally took her first bite. The first piece of pork melted in her mouth and she felt the tears prick in the corners of her eyes, with a few escaping down her face. This was amazing. She would never say it was better than her mother's, but that was sentimentality speaking and she dimly well knew it. This might very well be the greatest thing she had ever tasted. The care and time that had been put into this dish was inexplicable. It took a supreme effort of will to not just bolt the food down and to actually take the time to enjoy it. Once she was finished, she sat back in the chair with a satisfying groan that Nix took as an invitation to gloat a little. I told you. It's the chef's favorite dish to make. I mean, everything he makes is great, but his katsudon is second to none. That got a smile out of Izuka. Your hair is indeed safe, and while I might not make it every time, does he really make this every Tuesday? She asked hopefully. Every once he will do a curry or something brand new, but that's pretty rare. Nyx put her hand on her jaw in a thinker's pose. He will usually tell us a week in advance just to make sure the regulars know and the owner isn't disappointed. She finished with a toothy smile. Izuka had a feeling that even if she showed up next Tuesday and it wasn't katsudon, she wouldn't be disappointed in her meal. We'll have to come back and try his other food. Either way, but I'll be back next Tuesday for sure. That got her a big smile from Nyx in return. You'll have to tell him yourself when he makes his rounds shortly. He may not act like it, but he loves it when people gush over his food. When he makes his rounds? Asked Izuka. He made a deal with the owner that he got to cook whatever he wanted for the special on Tuesdays. In return, the owner makes him walk around and talk to guests, much to his annoyment. She laughed at the last part. When she saw the look of confusion on Izuka's face, she explained further. He is not the most sociable person in the world, but the owner wants him to work on it. He is young, but if he wants his own restaurant someday, he has to learn to deal with patrons, is the logic, I think. Izuka nodded, understanding completely. She too had had to work very hard to learn to deal with fans, detractors, and the media if she was going to be the #1 hero one day. She cringed remembering her first few gaffes while still in high school. Luckily, she had some excellent teachers on how to deal with the press, like Present Mike and Midnight. Aizawa-sensei not so much, she thought with a soft smile. Speaking of which, Nyx stated, glancing at her watch, I'd better go get him before the boss has to drag him from the kitchen. The redhead laughed manically as she marched to the kitchen and slammed the door open loudly. Izuka heard what sounds like a dish breaking and cussing coming from beyond the door. Nyx smiled and bellowed, Come on, stud. Time for the horse and pony show. Izuka heard some snickers from the other staff nearby, making her think this may be a regular occurrence. The only reply Izuka could hear sounded like cussing and the phrase, F off. The reply, whatever it really was, only made Nyx smile even wider. And once again Izuka couldn't help but be reminded of another loud, boisterous redhead. Did Kirishima have a sister? She swore he did, or maybe a long-lost twin. Nyx's laughter brought Izuka back to reality as she walked away from the door, and she could hear footsteps approaching the door. It opened again and Izuka felt her world rock. She froze completely, ceasing to even breath, with a death grip on the bar trying to steady herself. A familiar head of blonde hair walked out of the door and red eyes scanned the room. When they landed on her, they froze just as she had. The door swung shut behind Bakugo as he stood there, taller and broader than she remembered. Dressed in a clean white chef's outfit with the sleeves rolled down, hands paused as he had been drying them on a small towel. She tried to read the look on his face but was having trouble understanding. She didn't see the rage of his youth, shame of the USJ, the sadness of the rooftop, or even the deadness from the hospital. He seemed so different yet the same. She could see shock for sure, but then as she watched it melted into fear. Finally the spell seemed to break after a minute. His eyes darted around in panic for a moment, looking at anything but her, and then he wheeled around back toward the kitchen. Her mind was screaming at her to say or do something. Anything to stop him from running, but she was still frozen on her bar stool. This was not how she imagined meeting him again would go. When he reached the door and placed a hand on it, he froze for the second time. After another moment, his entire demeanor slouched. Head drooping and shoulders slouched, he turned around to walk out from behind the bar, approaching her. The fact that he was approaching her while keeping his eyes downcast bothered her, but not nearly as much as the fact he looked like he was resigned to his fate and walking to the gallows. That was not okay. That bothered her immensely. He sat down at the bar, leaving one seat between them. Whether it was because he was scared of being close to her or didn't want to make her uncomfortable, she didn't know. He picked at a scratch on the bar as the silence stretched out. Izuka stole a glance at Nyx, who appeared increasingly dumbfounded. When she saw Izuka looking at her, she must have decided this was something she shouldn't intrude on and quickly moved away. Izuka turned to the blonde boy, not a boy anymore, she realized after looking at him again. He had grown up just as she had, but for some reason when she thought of him over the last 5 years it was as the boy she had last seen. At least he didn't look like death warmed over anymore. She finally couldn't take the silence any longer and opened her mouth to speak but was interrupted. "How did you like the Katsudon?" he asked softly as he looked up at her. His eyes were intense like she remembered, but his voice was deeper than she thought it would be, and it was laced with hope. Thinking back to her visits to his hospital room from years ago, she formulated the most honestly reply she could think of. "It's one of the best things I have ever tasted in my life." That earned her a small soft smile that looked good on him. She quickly matched it, happiness bubbling in her chest. Then his face dropped, and he looked so sad it made her heart hurt in a way she hadn't expected. He took a breath and finally whispered back as he looked back down at the bar. "I'm glad. It's your mom's recipe after all." Izuka gripped the edge of the bar to steady herself as she looked at the empty plate, completely caught off guard. Was that why it tasted so good? She glanced over at him, and she saw him quickly avert his eyes again. "How?" she asked, stuttering. "How does he manage to throw my world upside down after nearly 5 years, she thought to herself. Bakugo shrugged. "I was going through my mom's old albums after dash." He coughed into his hand, cutting himself off. "She had an old album of her and your mom, and I found an index card stashed in it with the recipe on it. I've tweaked it only a little, but at its heart it's still your mom's." He finished with a small smile, still looking down at the bar top. Izuka glanced at the plate once more and tried to rein in her emotions. She knew she would be back again to enjoy the closest thing to her mother's cooking she could ever hope to find. Looking back up at the boy, "Man," she corrected herself again. She said, "I wish I had been able to eat it earlier." Bakugo seemed to shrink in on himself slightly and cringed just a little. "I thought about reaching out. I just didn't know how to," he said quietly, and Izuka was sure he didn't mean physically reaching out but emotionally. Was she hurting him again? Izuka opened her mouth to tell him she would have answered any way he had reached out, or that she was glad to see him. Anything to keep the conversation going, but was cut off. "Katsuki," boomed a voice from across the restaurant. "I have some people I'd like you to meet." Izuka turned to see a tall, portly man with a huge smile on his face beckoning to Bakugo. As she turned around to face him again, she saw he was getting up and was looking at her with a small smile. "It was good to see you, but I've got to go please the boss," he said as he straightened his shirt. "I am glad you enjoyed the meal," he said as he began to walk by her. It was clear he thought she was done with him, but Izuka's brain was screaming at her to stop him, anything to keep him from leaving her life again. This was the one person she hadn't been able to save, and she wasn't letting him go again. "Kaken," she said softly as she grasped his hand right as he was closest, and he flinched hard at the name. She looked up at him and saw him looking at her hand on his, and he had paled at the contact. She quickly let go and mentally slapped herself for using the name and touching him without permission. He visibly relaxed as she released his hand. "Sorry," she mumbled, feeling foolish. "It's okay," he said quietly. When do you get off?" she asked weakly, looking up at him in hope. I mean if you don't mind. We could catch up," she finished while fiddling with her hands. He stared at her like he was confused, and after a minute with no answer she pleaded. "Please," she asked quietly. "Katsuki," came a long drawn-out call from across the restaurant, snapping them both out of their trance. "Out front, 30 minutes," he said quickly and gave a quick glance behind Izuka at the bar. Looking back at her, his face unreadable, he turned and continued walking. She followed his walk to the beaming man who she assumed was the restaurant's owner as they both turned to a group seated at a large table. She turned back to the plate only to find Nyx with a look of shock leaning over the bar less than a foot from Izuka's face, trying to get a closer look at her. Izuka jumped and leaned back in her chair out of surprise. "Who the ever-living hell are you?" asked Nyx slightly louder than needed. She then continued softly. "He smiled at you, and you touched him, without him shitting a brick," she said with a voice tinged in amazement. "We knew each other a long time ago," Izuka finally said, trying to shake off the shock the last 10 minutes had put her in. Looking down at her empty plate, she said, "I need a drink," she mumbled. "And the bill, please." she added onto the end. Nyx waved her hand. I'll join you for the drink and the meal is on the house. Izuka tried to argue but Nyx ignored her objections and poured 2 large glasses of amber-colored alcohol. Katsuki was trying very hard not to be petrified as he changed slowly at his locker. At least Mr. Furuwazu has let him out of those ridiculous rounds early, seeing how distracted he was. Out of all the thoughts over the years of how confronting his past, of how meeting Izuka again would go, this was not what he had expected. It took every single ounce of willpower he had to not duck out the back door right now and make a run for it. He wanted to call Kay but knew he had no time. He sighed as he closed his locker and nearly jumped out of his skin when someone cleared their throat in the doorway. He whipped his head toward the sound only to see Nyx standing there, and he glowered at her. She quirked an eyebrow at his reaction. "You okay there, stud?" she asked, he normally cheery or mocking tone gone completely. Katsuki didn't trust himself to talk and merely grunted and nodded while walking toward the doorway. When he was alongside her in the doorway, she spoke again. "Boss. Seriously, is everything okay?" she pleaded, the sisterly concern breaking into her voice. He paused for a moment and checked his watch. He had 25 minutes to get to his apartment and it was a 20-minute walk. He sighed and spoke to his bartender. "She's just a ghost from my past." He could feel the intense stare coming from the redhead. "She is important or something, isn't she?" Nyx stated rather than asked. Katsuki didn't reply. He couldn't bring himself to. Important or terrifying or special or nerve-wracking. All words failed miserably at describing what the green-headed hero was to him. He simply nodded in response and thought to himself, "Thank God I am seeing Kay tomorrow, cause I am a f***ing mess. Have a good night," he said softly to her and walked out toward the front door. "You too, chef," came the low reply from behind him. Izuka was waiting out front of the restaurant, like Bakugo had asked her to, staring at her phone. She had written out and then erased messages to Hitoshi, Aijuru, her father, and even to Ochako. She didn't know who to talk to and didn't know even if she should. Telling anyone she had found him again seemed like a very intense invasion of his privacy. Sure, she could have found him at any time, especially after she had turned pro and had access to all sorts of databases. She had always wanted to make sure she respected his wish that they move forward and never look back for him, but it had been really hard for her and Aijuru. Sighing, she pocketed her phone and then looked up as she heard the bell ring on the door to the restaurant. There he was in a shabby brown leather bomber jacket, looking at her with intense eyes that she remembered so well. But these were decidedly different. She still felt like she was being looked through and the passion was still there, but the rage was gone, or at least she didn't see it now. For a moment they just stared at each other, each trying to decide what to do next. She studied him and realized he was only slightly taller than her. Maybe 3 or 4 inches. One for all had made her grow taller than she had ever expected to. He was also in good shape, maybe not hero shape, but he was at least taking care of himself and didn't look half dead like he had in the hospital all those years ago. Bakugo checked his watch. "I need to get home. It's a 20-minute walk and dash." Izuka cut him off. "I'll walk with you," she said louder than necessary and cringed a little, looking down at her hands. "If that's okay with you. It's just been a long time," she finished weakly. She looked up at him and he had a very peculiar look on his face. He looked honestly confused and maybe a little shocked. He didn't know, but the promise she had made to him and the thoughts of how she had failed to help him back then had helped drive her to be the hero she was today. Aijuru's was the same, and it had affected his career maybe even more than hers. He opened and closed his mouth a couple of times, trying to decide what to say. Finally he sighed and ran his hand through his hair, turned on his heel, and said over his shoulder, "What the hell are you waiting for? Keep up." She felt the smile split her face and hurried along to catch up. Once she was alongside him, she noticed they were heading away from all the high-end apartment blocks that she had seen on patrol earlier in the day. Confused, she looked over at him and tried to think about what to say, but ended up letting the silence last for a few moments longer. "So you're a chef, huh?" She tried to get the ball rolling. "Pretty young to be running your own kitchen, right?" He shrugged. "Got lucky with the timing. Got hired as a line chef right out of high school, and the old head chef was looking for a replacement so he could retire." He looked at her sideways with a small smile. Also, that's rich coming from you. Skipping being a sidekick and going pro right out of school and now already top 10 plus Kirishima in the top 20. She felt her ears turn red as she fought to not blush and tried her best to deflect. How did you get on as a line cook at a high-end place like that? Bakugo scoffed and rolled his eyes at her attempt to get the conversation back to him. I took night classes during high school, and when I asked for a job the chef laughed at me. I told him to let me cook him a dish and then see if he was still laughing. He got that same small smile that was a little sad she had seen in the restaurant. I made him the katsudon and it shut him the hell up. Hired me on the spot. Izuka grinned, thinking that that story would have made her mother smile. I got him back good the next time I made him a dish though. His smile went just a little to the crazy side. I made him my spicy curry and he took a bite before he looked at it. Nearly fired me for that one. I was washing dishes for the next week, but it was worth it. Izuka snorted and covered her mouth, trying not to laugh too hard. She remembered the man's curry preferences and had no desire to try it. How's your father? Bakugo caught her off guard. And I am not asking about All Might, I am asking about your dad. He added quickly. Izuka was thrown. Most people couldn't seem to differentiate between All Might and Yagi Tashinori. Still pays attention, I see, she thought to herself. Terrible at retiring. She replied a little sharply. He helps run the agency, but I can't get him to just take a break. Go fishing or take a cruise for God's sake, Dad. It was the only thing they ever really disagreed on. She just wanted him to relax, he had earned it. And when was the last time you took a vacation, I wonder? Bakugo snarked back at her. She pouted at him and she could tell he was trying not to laugh at her expense. She looked away, trying not to be annoyed considering how well this was going. That's when she noticed as they had been walking the area was becoming more and more run down. She looked back at Bakugo and saw him watching her. It's not too much further, he said, and she simply nodded. Surely a chef at a high-end restaurant can afford better than this. She thought but knew it was a question for later. The neighborhood wasn't rough or anything, just poorer than she had expected. Her attention was brought back to him as they turned a corner and she saw the entrance to an apartment complex coming up in front of them. It was older, but at least it was well maintained. As they reached the entrance, Bakugo looked at his watch. Made good time. He mumbled and then turned to her. It's not much to look at, but it's what I call home. He had seemed to relax now that they had arrived. She nodded. How long you been here? She asked. She didn't want to ask why he wasn't still at his parents' or anything, not knowing if that was a landmine she was willing to step on at the current moment. Just about 2 years. He replied, not indicating anything was wrong or why he was in a hurry to get here. I moved here shortly after, but he was cut off by a shout from across the street. Mr. Bakugo. You're here. The smile that graced Bakugo's face at the statement would have made Ejiro proud. Izuka turned to see a young girl with split pink and purple hair come racing across the street, coming to a stop right in front of the blonde man. Tanarpak Sorat Wairani. Bakugo said in greeting with a small smile. Izuka didn't even recognize the language. Tanarjero. The little girl shouted in greeting as she raised her hand with her index finger and middle finger placed together with her pinky finger and ring finger, forming a V with both sets of fingers split. Izuka watched the interaction with fascination. She could tell he had changed, but this was not something she had expected. Then the little girl seemed to notice her. The reaction was swift and reminded Izuka of the first time she had seen Bakugo in the hospital after. The little girl's eyes grew large. One eye was purple and the other was pink. She started to tremble slightly, but before anything else could happen, Bakugo intervened. He knelt down in front of her but was careful not to touch her. Kiki, listen to me. Her eyes snapped to him. It's okay. She is one of the good ones, I promise. No one is gonna hurt you, my little octopus. The little girl relaxed and took a deep breath before looking back to Izuka and gave her a small wobbly smile. Izuka gave the girl a large smile in return. She didn't have to force it. The interaction in front of her had been incredibly cute. Was Bakugo a father? The girl was far too old. Stepfather? Well, Kiki. Izuka was torn from her million-a-mile thought process as she saw a blonde woman running down the street huffing. Bakugo turned to the girl. "I've told you before not to get so far in front of your mother. You make her worry, Kiki." He reprimanded her sternly. The girl looked properly chastised. "Sorry, Mr. Bakugo." Right then the mother caught up, obviously winded. "Kiki, I know you are excited to see Mr. Bakugo, but please don't do that." The women had an obvious foreign accent. American if she wasn't mistaken. "Sorry, Mama," she said in a small voice, moving in to give her mom a hug. "It's okay, baby," the mother said, then to Bakugo. "Maybe slightly your fault. Seeing you is usually the best part of her week." "She makes my day too, Miss Takeo," he said with a small smile. "How many times am I going to have to tell you to call me Rebecca?" she asked, and Izuka saw the small blush and loving eyes she was making at Bakugo. "At least one more time, Miss Takeo," Bakugo replied with a small smile. The women huffed and rolled her eyes and then startled, noticing Izuka for the first time. "Oh, I'm sorry. We didn't mean to intrude." Women squinted at her, and Izuka was worried she was recognized, but Bakugo broke in smoothly. "This is an old schoolmate of mine that happened by the restaurant today." "Oh." The women brightened up. "Hey, Kiki," Bakugo said, getting the younger girl's attention. "Why Idakuo?" The young girl's eyes practically bugged out of her head. "Was that Klingon?" Bakugo smiled and nodded his head. "Eh?" The little girl squealed in delight. "Mama, mama, 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 mama. We have to go look up Klingon on the internet." She pulled her mother's hand, who looked exasperated but shot another large smile at her daughter as she was dragged off. "Hey, Squirt," Bakugo called after them. "Diftor hesmuzma," he said as he raised his hand in the same weird way she had previously done. She raised her hand and copied the symbol as she and her mother disappeared around the corner, beaming all the while. His smile was small but content. Izuka could not help but think it was a little sad too. Just how much has he changed? "No, I am not a father, and neither am I a stepfather," the man finally grumbled. Izuka could feel the heat rise in her face. She had mumbled that out loud? She had broken the habit years ago, but every once in a while it slipped out. "Sorry." She squeaked out an apology. "Who are they?" she asked once she had finally finished feeling like a fool again. "Seeing him has really put me off balance," she thought. Bakugo sighed. "They live down the hall. Kiki is somewhere on the autism spectrum, so she has issues dealing with people. Her dad couldn't handle it and split. She also can't control her quirk very well and gets picked on in school." Izuka did not miss the very obvious pause in his explanation. Miss Takeo is originality from America, but she can't afford to try and move back there to be with her family until she can save up some money. A kid like Kiki can be expensive. Bakugo was quiet for a moment, the conversation obviously putting him in a sour mood, and he had a look on his face that could curdle milk. But she loves Star Trek, so it's a way for her to connect to people. "Star Trek?" Izuka asked. "Do you mean Star Wars?" She remembered the love Bakugo's father had for the old series. She had seen the movies plenty of times growing up at their house. Bakugo's eye twitched, and he was obviously trying very hard not to make an indignant face at her comment. "Same era a few centuries back when they both came out," he corrected her. "Both equally popular," he added on to the end. "What were you speaking?" she asked, still thoroughly confused. "Vulcan and Klingon, they are a couple of alien races in the show. I watched the show and some of the movies and looked up some phrases on the internet. It's not like it took any time, and it makes her day when I see her." Bakugo replied, shrugging like what he just said wasn't the sweetest thing Izuka had heard in a long time. He finally turned his gaze on her, but she once again felt like she was awkwardly trying to keep the conversation going. Honest. Simple. Just like Dr. Okami had told her all those years ago. "Would it be okay if I came to see you again? Like if I came back to the restaurant?" she asked meekly. "Please don't cut me off again. I just want to know you are okay," she thought to herself. "Please," she added to the end. Bakugo just stared at her dumbly for a moment like he was trying to solve a puzzle. The moment stretched and stretched until a full minute of silence had passed with him just staring at her. Finally she opened her mouth to say something like she didn't want to bother him, but her beat her to it. Monday and Tuesdays I open. I'm off Wednesday, but I am busy mornings and evenings. I close Thursdays, Friday, and Saturday. Sunday I'm off, but I am busy afternoon all the way through the night. He said almost robotically in a weird voice. He didn't just tell her yes. He told her when he would be there too. Maybe she could bring Kirishima. She realized she was smiling like an idiot and quickly schooled her face. I actually have the same days off. She offered, trying to give as much info as he had been willing to share. Honesty. That earned her a scoff and an eye roll. Like you don't work them all the time already. He barked at her, but at least his voice sounded more normal again. She smiled at him. I didn't get to where I am by lounging around. Yeah, well, you are gonna have to drag your dad on a cruise somehow, he said, scratching his neck. She choked, feeling a little indignant, and was about to retort when she heard her phone alert in a very distinctive sound. She was needed. Right now. I've got to go, she said abruptly and feeling bad about it, but let her quirk flood her body. After giving him a apologizing look, she turned and jumped back toward Mirko's agency while pulling out her phone. Katsuki watched her go in a flash of green lighting. She didn't look back. He said to himself softly with a small smile. Turning, he made his way toward his apartment. I really need to call Kay, he thought, while also dreading the night to come. He knew sleep was not going to come easy tonight. Izuka could not wait to eat, followed closely after by some much-needed sleep. She had missed the Tuesday special last week after back-to-back emergencies, starting with the one that had abruptly ended her visit with Bakugo after not seeing him for 5 long years. She had been running almost non-stop for 13 days, and she wasn't going to be able to come to Bakugo's restaurant for Tuesday Katsudon tomorrow. She smiled thinking about that. The restaurant's name was Hanakatoba, but she already internally referred to it as his. She was sure the rest of his food was amazing too, and that's why she was going today. She didn't know when the next time she could stop by. The door dinged as she walked in, and a different person was at the front podium this time. He was a very large man and had bull horns sprouting from the sides of his head and had a large ring in his nose to complete the bull aesthetic he had going on. The man smiled at her, and she got the distinct feeling he was having to try very hard to not look down toward her chest. Welcome to Hanakatoba. Table for 1. Yes, please, she said evenly. Actually, can I sit at the bar? Sure, he said as he led her toward the bar. Nix will be with you shortly, but let me know if you need anything, he said with a wink. She tried not to shudder as he walked away. Either he was very shitty at flirting or just creepy. Nix came bustling over with a huge smile on her face. We missed you last Tuesday, but I figured we would see you tomorrow. Izuka gave the women a tired smile. Work has been crazy and I won't be able to make it tomorrow either, but I thought I'd swing by. Yeah, that villain attack up north had you scrambling, Nix said coyly. I know it, Wadash. Izuka froze and her eyes snapped up to see the huge grin on Nix's face. How the hell? Izuka started instantly on alert. Nix's smile faltered slightly, seeing Izuka on edge, and dropped her voice slightly. Your hair is kind of a dead giveaway, but I'll give you a B+ for effort. She averted her eyes to the side and scratched the back of her head just like someone else she knew. I won't tell anyone anyways, but when I asked the chef if you were who I think you are, he flipped out and said he would fire me plus set me on fire if I told a soul. She finished with a grin, reminding her again of another redhead. Izuka was used to being recognized in a while, but it still caught her off guard when it happened. Well, I do appreciate it, she started while forcing herself to relax. I don't get a lot of privacy as it is and cherish the time I do get. Secrets safe with me, Nix said. But I have to ask, how do you know my Baku bro? I didn't want to ask after he almost lost his sheet on me. Izuka started at her, dumbstruck and ignoring the question asked. Your last name isn't Kirishima by chance, is it? Or are you related to one? It was Nix's turn to look dumbstruck. Who the F is Kirishima? The chef has asked me that question dozens of times. He does it now just to bug the shit out of me. She threw her hands up in exasperation. Seriously? He. She finally begged. Izuka was trying very hard not to laugh. He is a red-headed ray of sunshine that also shrugged off Bakugo's raw personality like it was nothing. She gave the bartender a sheet-eating grin. He also used the name Bakubro much to Bakugo's irritation. After a moment of staring, Nyx replied, "That doesn't tell me sheet." She pouted. "You're not gonna tell me, are you?" Izuka gave her a small smile. "Sorry. Maybe he will tell you one day, but his past is his business even if I share a part of it." Nyx continued to pout. "I know he is very private, but can you at least tell me how long you have known him?" Izuka bit her lip and thought about it for a minute. She didn't want to hurt him or betray what she was sure was very tentative trust, but she at least thought she could give a vague answer. "We met while still in diapers but have not seen each other in a very long time." Nyx frowned but then shook herself out of her train of thought. "Fine, but one day I hope to hear everything." And the large grin returned. "Take a look at the menu and I'll be back with some tea." Izuka chuckled to herself and perused the menu. There was so much to choose from. She was surprised to see some American dishes on it that her father loved. Not now, but maybe one day she could bring him here. Her thought was interrupted by a throat being cleared in front of her, making her jump just slightly. Green eyes met red ones and she smiled slightly. "Are you in the mood for katsudon?" Bakugo asked as he reached out and plucked the menu from her hands. "Either way, I am cooking for you today, so you don't need this," he said as he tucked the menu behind the bar. She couldn't help but grin even more. "One of these days I'll just say surprise me, but Lord, I want katsudon right now." He gave the small smile she had seen last time. "Nyx said you told her you couldn't come tomorrow, so I'll go make you some." "It won't inconvenience you, will it?" she asked, not wanting to impose. "It's no problem. My sous chef already took over the kitchen for me." He waved a hand but looked around and then lowered his voice. "Don't worry about Nyx, she won't say anything to anyone." She smiled and knew her secret was safe. "Thanks," she whispered back. He gave her a curt nod and then went back to the kitchen. She scrolled the hero news and watched Nyx bustle about as the dinner rush begun to hit, but before long another server quickly dropped her a steaming bowl of katsudon in front of her. Once again the smell brought back good memories of her mother, and again she had to use all her willpower to not just inhale it but to take the time to enjoy it. "Should I make you a double batch next time?" Bakugo had reappeared in front of her, asking with a raised eyebrow. She tried to speak with her mouth full. "The with ba amethib." Earner her an eye roll and a scoff, but she could have swore his ears turned slightly red. "It's not that good," he replied softly. After swallowing her food this time, she asked, "Then why is this place so popular and the restaurant is always packed on Tuesdays according to your staff?" "Nyx exaggerates, and wait until you try my other food before you try to compliment it." He looked down almost shyly. The redhead walked by at that moment and narrowed her eyes at the two of them. Bakugo raised an eyebrow and Nyx promptly stuck her tongue out at him. He rolled his eyes in response. She continued on her way and Izuka commented, "She really is a goober in addition to being a ray of sunshine just like Kirishima." That earned her another smile. "It drives her up the wall when I make references to him. Feel free to tease her with it too." His smile grew at the end. "Maybe one day they can meet one another," Izuka offered. Bakugo's demeanor changed immediately. He looked away, ducking his head, and his shoulders rose up slightly as he seemed to shrink a little. He started fidgeting with his hands, and Izuka got worried immediately that she had stepped on a landmine. "Bakugo!" She started, making sure she didn't use the old nickname. "I didn't may a dash." But he cut her off. "Are you busy after this?" She was thrown, not expecting anything like this. Her only plans were to sleep after eating. "I've got nothing going on," she offered. He ran his hand through his hair. "Can we go get coffee or something? We need to talk." Izuka suddenly felt very nervous. Sure, I can do that." "Okay, there is a cafe nearby that has some good drinks and desserts if you are interested." He looked really uncomfortable. "I'll go get changed." He finished walking off. What on earth? What's wrong? She thought. She knew what she was worried about, but surely he wasn't going to try and ask her to leave him alone again, was he? After Katsuki changed and checked that everything was running smoothly, he went to meet Izuka out front. He had been so relieved when she hadn't shown up last Tuesday for Katsudon. It made him feel like a coward, but at least he was able to get his head straight before having to have this talk with her. What was she gonna think about this? She was gonna think he was useless, stupid, pathetic. Stop, Katsuki! He screamed at himself in his own head as he leaned against the door for a moment before heading outside. He started the list in his head. I'm allowed to take up space. My past is not a reflection of my future. I am smart enough to make my own decisions. I'm in control of how I react to others. I choose peace. I'm courageous and stand up for myself. I will succeed today. He took a deep breath and didn't continue the rest of the list. K made him memorize and repeat. Numbers 8, 9, and 10 were always hard, and especially today he could not bring himself to list them. Resigning to himself that was going to be awkward and SCK, but he continued out the door and found her waiting for him. She was leaning against the railing by the street scrolling her phone but looked up as he came out of the door. She gave him a smile, but he couldn't help but think it was slightly forced and nervous but still seemed genuine. It was not the smile she made while being a hero. It wasn't meant to be a symbol or to bring comfort. It was just for him, and that still surprised him. He still didn't understand why she was happy to see him. She probably still felt guilty about the past, even though she should not in any way, shape, or form. The guilt was his and his alone. Was Kirishima gonna act this way too? He looked away when he realized that he had been staring at her while trying to figure out what her deal was. It's just a short walk, he said while turning away. Keep up. He couldn't help but add to the end. Izuka walked next to Bakugo, letting the silence stretch while they walked to the cafe. What was that look on his face after he had walked out the door? She still felt like she was being x-rayed when he looked at her, but that last look was confusion or maybe guilt. What did he want to talk about that made him so nervous? They walked together in silence to the cafe and then each ordered their drinks but didn't talk. She ordered a veggie fruit smoothie with some protein powder added. He, to her surprise, ordered a hot chocolate with spicy chili powder added. She gave him a small smile, thinking about how his tastes have changed, but not too much. Spicy stuff was always his thing, but the chocolate surprised her since he was never a fan of sweets. They found a table outside in a corner away from other people. He sat and sipped his drink, watching the people pass by, but seemed tense and trying not to fidget. As much as she wanted to ask what was wrong or what he wanted to talk about, she didn't want to push him. Honestly, she was afraid of what he might say. Was he gonna cut her off again? She hadn't even been able to have him see Kirishima again. She was brought out of her deep thoughts when Bakugo cleared his throat. He was looking down at his hands, pointedly not making eye contact with her. He took a deep breath. Please don't take advantage of me, he said with a slight shake in his voice. Izuka was dumbstruck for a moment. Then she felt the heat begin at her neck and slowly creep up her face and ears. What? Her face was on fire and she started sputtering, trying to get something out of her mouth. Bakugo glanced up at her after hearing her sputtering. He looked confused and she saw him mouth the word, "What?" silently. Then his face went beet red in embarrassment as he seemed to read her mind. Not like that, Izuka. Get your effing mind out of the effing gutter. He obviously was trying very hard not to shout at her. He ran his hand through his hair but froze. Sorry, Midoriya, I didn't mean to overstep and use your given name. He looked away in shame, not for her perception of what he said, but because he used her given name. He put his head down on the table with a dull thud. God, you are effing exhausting. She heard him mumble under his breath. She took this moment to calm down and think. If he didn't mean, take advantage, like that, what did he mean? He sat back up and looked at her sheepishly. Sorry, he mumbled. I didn't mean it like that. I just kind of word vomited that out. Kissy dash, she started and immediately cringed, seeing him stiffen slightly. Sorry. Bakugo, what do you mean? He took a deep breath and started. After I saw you the other week, I saw Kay the next day dash. You still see Dr. Okami? She blurted out, interrupting him. He gave her a very flat look for interrupting, and she at least had the decency to look mildly sorry. Yes. She is retired but I go see her every Wednesday morning. He said. But anyways, as I was saying. He gave her another pointed look. We were talking about everything and she had something she is worried about, and the more I thought about it the more I agreed. He looked down again at his hand again as he played with his cup. I don't think I could tell you no if I wanted to, he said softly. Izuka was still confused, but things were starting to make a little more sense. For example, the way he had told her almost robotically what his schedule for work was the last time they spoke. But she wanted to be sure what he meant. What exactly do you mean? She asked. The look of pure shame that came over his face made her heart hurt fiercely. I mean, if you told me to go walk into traffic, or take a swan dive off the roof, I would probably do exactly that. He said in a whisper. To say Izuka was horrified paled in comparison to what she actually felt. Was he really still this damaged? I would never. She started, but he put up both hands placatingly and cut her off. I know you wouldn't. I just want you to understand. He took a deep breath. Just like For example, if you asked me to go see the rest of Class A with you, it might not seem like a big deal to you, but it would probably be one of the worst experiences for me in the last couple of years. It would hurt. A lot. He finished, looking away again with shame on his face. Seeing you all as heroes and me just being me. He seemed resigned. Why did he look so ashamed? Was it because he felt weak or like a failure? But he seemed so successful. At least he seems to be slightly better at communicating now, she thought. I am really glad you told me. She started. We actually have a meetup plan next month and I was gonna ask you to go. She saw him shrink in on himself a little and she quickly added. Don't worry. I haven't even told anyone I've seen you. I am glad you told me, but... She tried to think of how to phrase this correctly. Would you be opposed to me at least telling them I've seen you and that you are doing okay? He frowned slightly and seemed to at least think hard about it, but at least he seemed to be considering it. She didn't want to betray his trust, but she could think of at least one person that would be ecstatic to hear news about him. If you don't want me to, I understand, but maybe I could tell just Kirishima? It would make him so happy. She supplied weakly. Bakugo's frown disappeared and he visibly relaxed. The big softy, I don't know why he cares so much. He mumbled under his breath with a small smile on his face, but then spoke louder. Yeah, that's fine. You can tell everyone else too if you want. But can you not tell them where? I'm just not ready for that yet. She nodded enthusiastically at him and beamed a smile. He rolled his eyes but seemed to relax even more, but he looked pensive still for some reason. She waited patiently. I have one other thing to ask. She perked up and nodded slowly. Could you please not call me Keikisi-kaken? He struggled through the name. All it does is bring up bad memories for me. He finished softly. Of course. She replied instantly. I'm sorry about the slip-ups. Do you think maybe one day? She trailed off, seeing the look on his face. His face looked like he had bitten into something sour. Probably not. He started. Maybe first name someday, but I would rather stick to family names. If that's okay. It's okay with me, Bakugo. She smiled at him. She felt her smile grow bigger as she thought about how Kirishima would react to hearing news about Bakugo. Her smile faltered for a moment when another thought crossed her mind. Would Bakugo let her talk about forgiveness? Izuka was so excited. She was gonna make someone's night or maybe their whole week. She could hardly contain her excitement as she speed-walked to the bar they had rented out. When they all got together, they rented a place out that knew to keep it all on the down low. Class A was pretty famous to say the least, and things usually got out of hand when they all got together. Thank goodness Class B wasn't involved in this particular party. She was gonna tell everyone she had found Bakugo again, and she didn't feel like explaining the entire story. Upon reaching the entrance, she paused, trying to decide if she should go inside or wait outside to see if she got lucky. But the choice was taken from her as she heard twin shouts of excitement causing her to turn. She was hit hard by dual blurs, one pink and one red. She laughed out loud as two of her favorite people crushed her in a hug between the two of them. Izuka! Ijiro and Mina both roared. It's so good to see you, girl. Mina laughed with her high musical voice before giving her a wet kiss her on the cheek. Number 3. So manly. Ijiro crowed, earning him a smack on the arm from Mina. Keep it down, Mr. 20. We are still in public, you know. Mina pretended to be stern, but the smile on her face betrayed her pride. God, they are so cute together, Izuka couldn't help but think. They had been together since first year, and she was honestly surprised they hadn't tied the knot right after graduation, but they had focused on becoming an amazing duo instead. They were gonna make cute babies someday too, and she never missed a chance to tease them about it. It's good to see you guys too. She responded with a huge grin. How is my favorite duo's agency doing? Great! Exclaimed Mina. Our sidekicks have been amazing, and our interns this year have been something else. As interested as she was to hear about their newest batch of interns, her impatience won out. Good to hear. She put her hands behind her back and rocked on her heels, earning her a funny look from them both that she just gave a sheet-eating grin in return. I'm glad I caught you guys outside. I have something to tell you, Ijiro. Mina gave her a small eye-rolling look but smiled anyways. I'll head inside and leave you guys alone for a moment, she said, taking a step toward the bar entrance. She had always understood that they had a special friendship and gave them space when it was needed. But this time Izuka wanted Mina here too. No, it's okay, I want you to hear this too, Mina. I am gonna tell everyone else anyways, but I just wanted you to be the first. They both shared a look with each other and then turned to Izuka with their full attention. I found him, Ijiro. I found Bakugo. Izuka said quietly. Ijiro froze completely for a moment, eyes blown wide open. He opened his mouth to try and speak but couldn't seem to form words as he worked his jaw furiously. Mina gently took his arm and moved in close, pressing her body against his side, her eyes never moving from his face. Izuka loved how patient and caring Mina was to him. She took such great care of him, especially when he didn't take care of himself. How is he? How is he? Ijiro finally managed to choke out. She could see the tears filling his eyes. He's doing fine. He is the head chef at a fancy upscale restaurant. I just happened to drop in for lunch, and he walked out of the kitchen. Izuka told them. The redhead seemed to deflate with relief. Oh, thank God he's okay, he said quietly, bowing his head and letting his tears flow down his face. Mina moved her hand to his cheek to wipe away a tear, and he looked at her. I always worried. I worried he would dash, the man said quietly to Mina. He didn't, Mina said softly, interrupting him. He's okay, Eiji. He is okay, and it sounds like he is doing well. She finished, looking at Izuka, the question obvious in her statement. Izuka didn't have the heart to tell them the worries she had about him. He still seemed so damaged, so disconnected. She looked at the hope in Ijiro's eyes and Mina's as well. She wasn't gonna lie to them, but she wasn't going to lay bare the fears she had about Bakugo's mental health either. He seems to be pretty successful but has been rather humble about it, actually. They both looked at her with some surprise, and she hoped they wouldn't ask about his personal life. She didn't know much about it so far. He says his food isn't that good and he just got lucky on the timing when he started out in the restaurant. Ijiro and Mina both inhaled and started to ask a question, but both stopped and waited for the other to start. Mina smiled sweetly at Ijiro and turned to Izuka. How is his food? She asked, and Izuka knew it was so Ijiro could ask the other far more pressing question. Izuka grinned back. His katsudon is the best thing I have ever tasted in my life. It truly was, and she had finally admitted to herself. Both of the pair opposite of her balked. Everyone knew katsudon was her favorite food, and for her to say Bakugo's was the best was very high praise indeed. Where is the restaurant? Ijiro immediately asked, almost desperately. Izuka's heart broke a little for what she had to say next. I'm sorry, Eiji. He has asked that I not tell anyone where yet, he said. He just isn't ready for that yet, she finished softly. Kirishima looked absolutely crestfallen, and Mina once again came to the rescue. He will be ready one day, Eiji, and then you two can catch up and you can tell him all about the crazy crap you've done. Plus you can hear about his life too, right? Ijiro nodded but didn't look any better, and Izuka couldn't leave it like this. The only reason he said it was okay to tell anyone was because I told him it would make you so happy to hear he was doing okay. The man perked up at that. Really? Izuka nodded and smiled. When I told him that he smiled and called you a big softy. Ijiro barked out a laugh and Mina smiled, hugging his arm. If we've waited 5 years, I guess we can wait a little bit more. Just tell him we miss him. Which Mina nodded enthusiastically in agreement to. I will, Eiji. Izuka told him. The three of them smiled at each other. On to the party. Mina shouted. I can't wait to see what everyone else says when you tell them. Izuka followed the exuberant duo toward the entrance and frowned, thinking about how the rest of the class was going to react. In the end, the reactions to her finding Bakugo again were better than she had expected, Izuka thought to herself as she walked toward the restaurant a couple of weeks later on a Monday. With the exception of some of the quieter heroes, everyone had been bursting with questions of how Bakugo was doing. She smiled just thinking about it. Most had taken Aizawa sensei's encouragement to be more empathetic to heart all those years ago. She had told them what she could, but had also told them he was still a very private person. She said she hoped he would come see them one day, but that he just wasn't ready. Most had accepted this, while a few of the more emotionally intelligent of her peers read between the lines and had approached her individually throughout the night to see if there was anything else she could say or to ask if he was really okay. In the end, they had all accepted the choice as not theirs and said to give him greetings while simultaneously wishing to try the food she had raved about. Then there was the one person that was more concerned about Izuka seeing him again than how Bakugo was doing. As she thought about that interaction, she couldn't help but make a sad face. She shook her head to banish the memory as she opened the restaurant door to see the bubbly blonde manning the hostess stand. Hello again. The sunny girl greeted. Want a bar seat this time too? She asked with a beaming smile. Izuka smiled back. Yes, please. Even if this was only her third time here, the staff seemed to be fascinated with the women that knew their chef. Sitting down, she was nearly pounced on by Nyx. Good to see you, girl. God, she was gonna call this woman Kirishima on accident one of these days. Well, maybe on purpose too, just to mess with her. Good to see you too, Kirishima. She grinned. I mean, Nyx. The women looked at her with a grumpy expression. You guys are effing cruel, she said, followed with a pout. Sorry, Izuka said. I couldn't help myself. Maybe one of these days I'll introduce you. Effendi better. Nyx grumbled, crossing her arms. Anyways, do you know what you want today? Izuka opened her mouth but was cut off by a deep voice behind her. She is gonna have the yakisoba today, I think. She turned to see a small smile on Bakugo's face. If that sounds okay? He asked, the smile dropping off his face. She detected a small wavering in his voice when he asked the question, like he was worried he had overstepped. She smiled at him to try and put him at ease. I think that sounds great. She replied. I actually don't think I'll need to look at the menu ever again and just let you pick. She offered. He seemed to relax and smiled again. Yakisoba it is then, but be careful what you wish for. I might make you my curry next time. She could feel the color drain from her face, and he obviously noticed as his smile grew slightly. I'll be back in a little. She watched him head to the kitchen and then turned back to see a strange look on Nyx's face as she watched him go through the door at the end of the bar. After the door closed, she turned to see Izuka watching her and seemed a little embarrassed. Sorry, was all she said while scratching the back of her head. When all Izuka did was raise an eyebrow at her, she continued. It's just strange seeing him friendly and a little vulnerable. She frowned. He almost never lets those walls of his drop. She shook her head and smiled. Anyway, I'll grab you some tea. Izuka nodded and thought about the conversation while she waited for her dinner. Nyx seemed close to him and she was surprised to see him not closed off. This worried her the more she thought about it. He seemed to connect with Kiki but kept the girl's mother at arm's length. Izuka chewed on her lip to stop herself from mumbling. She didn't know anything of his personal life, but surely he had some friends. Right? What about his father and mother? She remembered the revelation 5 years ago at the hospital. Surely Mitsuki Bakugo was still a part of his life. Her thoughts were interrupted by a bowl being placed in front of her and a heavenly smell drifting up to her nose. I swear I could hear you thinking from the kitchen, Bakugo said quietly. Are you overthinking things? He placed his own bowl on the bar and sat down but still left a space between them. She mentally slapped herself to stop from analyzing that too. Sorry, she said lowly and opened her mouth to continue but was interrupted. You don't need to apologize to me for thinking, Bakugo said as he took a bite. Izuka followed suit and once again was blown away by how amazing it tasted. It nearly made her forget everything she had on her. Nearly. At least she remembered to swallow this time before taking again. Are you doing anything after work? Going to see Kiki today? She asked, trying to be subtle. He gave a small smile thinking about the girl. Not today. She has therapy on Mondays. He raised an eyebrow looking in her direction. Why do you ask? She shrugged and tried to play it cool. I was hoping we could get coffee again. I'd like to try a dessert at that place too. She offered, trying to phrase it as an option, not as a request. She very much remembered their last conversation and didn't want to trap him into anything. He turned to look at her straight on and she felt like she was being X-rayed again. After a moment he nodded but his face showed a flicker of disbelief. Sure, that sounds fine. He finally answered and she tried very hard not to let out the long breath she had been holding. Next time you come by I'll make mochi ice cream, he said simply, and she mentally added it to a list of things of his she was excited to try. They ate their remaining yakisoba in silence, but it was not an uncomfortable one at least. Once they were both done, Bakugo excused himself to go change and Izuka had to argue with Nyx about paying the bill. She finally had to toss the money on the bar and told the redhead that it was a tip and, if she insisted, to split it with the rest of the workers. As she turned to leave, she saw some of the other staff smiling or laughing at the display while the hostess gave her an almost pitying look. Izuka tried not to grumble about it and decided to tell Bakugo to talk to the difficult bartender. Katsuki couldn't help thinking while be changed about why Izuka wanted to go get coffee again. She obviously had something on her mind. He hadn't seen her since she had gone to that Class A party. Did she want to tell him about his former classmates? Did seeing them remind her of how much of a monster he is? Did she want to tell him she hated him and was never coming back? Stop, Katsuki. He shook his head and tried to stop thinking about it. Kei had been trying to help him break the bad habit he had of overthinking everything, but sometimes he would still spiral and it would affect his mood for days. Did he really accuse Midoriya of overthinking just a few minutes ago? Pot calling the kettle black much, Katsuki? He chastised himself under his breath as he walked out the front door to find Izuka waiting for him. She beamed him a smile, but he could see the difference. This was the hero smile. The one she used to put people at ease and know they were safe now that she was there. It was just like her father's. I prefer the other smile, he said to her. Of. Did I just say that out loud? He screamed at himself in his head as he felt the color leave his face. Sorry about that. Izuka cringed a little while smiling and scratching the back of her head. What? He said dumbly. To his surprise, Izuka didn't look offended. It's a force of habit sometimes. The rest of Class A and even some of my sidekicks will call me out on it sometimes. Izuka explained. It just kind of pops out. It's okay. Sorry. I shouldn't call you out on it. Katsuki mumbled. I think you should if I do it. Izuka said, giving him a real smile this time. Katsuki felt the tension ease out of his body a little. Lord, she gives me whiplash. Or I give myself whiplash whenever she shows up. He thought to himself. She shook him out of his head as she turned on her heel and called out. Keep up. Over her should with a grin as she headed toward the cafe. He rolled his eyes that she would throw that back at him after last time and began to follow her. Bakugo had ordered first and went to go find them a seat on the patio after he had gotten his drink. She watched him go while she waited for her dango plus her drink, and she saw it almost immediately. Nearly every woman's eyes in the cafe followed him as he walked out the door, and some of the men as well. Behind her, she could almost feel the envious looks directed at her from the staff behind the counter. She had been in more life and death situations than everyone in this room combined, so it didn't bother her too much. She knew he was handsome. His mother was a part-time model after all, but that begged the question even more. Did he have anyone in his life at all? She was afraid of the answer. After she had gotten her order, she followed him outside and found him at the corner table again. Two women across the patio were eyeing him like wolves looking at prey, but he didn't seem to notice. She pulled up a seat across from him with her back to the wall. The two women were still stealing glances his direction with an occasional surveying look thrown at her. She caught one and made eye contact with a raised an eyebrow at the women who showed a sour face before quickly looking away. Izuka huffed at the display before she could catch herself. Amused? Bakugo asked her quietly. Izuka felt her cheeks color but saw the opening and wasn't going to miss it. Just noticing all the eyes filled with hearts looking your way. She casually commented. He made a small displeased face. They don't offend know me. He grumbled under his breath. What about Miss Takeo? She seemed nice. Izuka offered, trying to get him to open up a little. Bakugo gave her a very flat look. She is very nice, but I am not interested in her like that. He said evenly. I am not interested in anyone. He said in a lower tone, looking back down at his drink. I'm sure you've got options. She offered weakly. This was not going how she had hoped. Says the most eligible bachelorette in existence. Bakugo snarked back at her. So that's how it has to be, she thought. Fine then. Sharing and trust works both ways. None of them really know me either. She started, but she didn't really know where to go from there. She looked down at her hands and thought about the similarities before she was interrupted by him. What about you, Rarika? Bakugo asked lowly, like he was avoiding stepping on a landmine. Well, that hurt way more than he knows, she thought. We dated for almost 2 years, but we broke up during 3rd year. She felt the usual sadness clench her heart. I really did love her. She was the first person who showed me what romantic love was like. Those first 6 months were amazing. She looked up to see him watching her carefully. He made no move to speak or to encourage her to keep talking, but she realized she wanted to talk about it. In the end, though, all she could do was see me as either the second coming of All Might, perfect in every way, or as some broken girl made of glass that had to be protected at all costs, especially after. She sighed, not finishing the thought. Even after all these years, it was still a painful subject. He looked almost pensive and she could see the gears turning. Kamino, he said softly after a moment, finishing her sentence. She nodded. He opened his mouth to speak but then closed it softly. What is it? She asked. It's nothing, he said quietly, to which she raised an eyebrow. It made him sigh, but then he continued. How did they manage to kidnap you from that training camp? I always wondered how on earth they could have pulled that off. You are so fing strong. The praise gave her whiplash. The talk was so melancholy, but the praise made her preen. She couldn't help but smile a little, but did her best not to grin. They were after me but couldn't stop me from pounding them into the dirt. That earned her a smile from the blonde man. But then they took Todoroki and Tokoyami hostage. I went willingly in exchange. He balked at her and then leaned back, looking slightly defeated. Of course you did, he said to her. Self-sacrificing idiot. He mumbled under his breath. You were right about the handsy fucker, anyways, she said using air quotes. He knew I had a connection with Dad of some sort, even if he didn't know exactly what it was, and tried to hurt him by taking me. She let the silence lapse for a moment after seeing an extremely dark look pass over Bakugo's face. He looked angry for the first time since she had found him again. Actually, enraged was a more accurate description. She was proud of herself for not shying away from him, but could feel the rage radiating off him. The look and feeling brought up many unhappy memories, and she suppressed a shudder. Just like that, the feeling passed, he shook his head and the look left his face. He blinked at her owlishly like he was coming back to himself and nodded at her, wanting her to continue. She didn't know what to think of that reaction and made a note to ask him about it later, but she started speaking again. Anyways, after the heroes tracked me to Kimono and the subsequent fight, the villain alliance was captured and Dad retired. Only a few of the class found out then that All Might was in fact my father. One of them was Ochako, and everything seemed to change. She was overly protective and fawning at the same time. I tried to make it work for well over a year after that, but in the end she just couldn't see me for me. So I ended it. She hated thinking about it. She knew it wasn't healthy, but she always avoided the subject of her first love. She wiped away the tears that were sitting in the corners of her eyes. Anyways, she and Sue are together now and seem very happy. Froppy? Bakugo asked. Yeah, I can see that. I think she had her eye on Uraraka since day one. Not much slips by him. Izuka thought to herself. Yeah, Sue told me as much when she gave me a heads up that she was gonna ask Ochako out. They are cute together. Izuka wanted to get away from this subject. No one is as cute as Aijiro and Mina though. Bakugo's smile was one of the largest she had seen from him. I am pretty sure they were made for each other. I am glad they have each other. Everyone in Class A and most of B has someone now except me. And Todoroki too, I guess. She looked away from him, frowning, thinking about the bi-colored man. Did Todoroki come out of the closet yet? Bakugo asked, casually sipping his drink. Izuka's head turned so fast her neck felt like she almost broke it. What? Todoroki had only told Tenya, Ochako, and Izuka as far as she knew. Gonna take that as a no. Bakugo looked almost guilty. Okay, note to self, nothing slips by him apparently. Izuka thought. Aye. How? She sputtered. How did you know? Bakugo shrugged. The first few times we changed in the locker rooms, he could hardly keep his eyes to himself. His face then looked a little shamed. I dropped my towel, on accident, in front of him once, and he literally burst into flames, blushing. Rather obvious if you ask me. Izuka was still floored. The boy was so ice-cold and emotionally closed off their first year, yet Bakugo had still seen right through him. If being a chef doesn't work out, you could always be an analyst. She said, making him scoff and roll his eyes. She took a few minutes after that to compose herself. She hadn't talked about Ochako and hers relationship in a very long time, and it still hurt. She had tried to be friends with the girl again, but Ochako had kept acting like she was made of glass. When she had told the group about finding Bakugo again, Ochako's first reaction was to see how Izuka was doing, not ask how Bakugo was. Speaking of the man, she looked up at him. He was frowning, looking pensive, but she had questions and was really hoping for answers. What about you? Do you have anyone? She asked with a steady voice. She wasn't sure how she had managed that. Not like that. He began slowly. I have breakfast with Kay once a week, but that's therapy as much as it is friendship. I see Dad every couple of weeks. I'll cook for him or go see one of his fashion shows. Bakugo shrugged and she waited for him to continue. But he didn't, he just looked back at her. Internally she was growing slightly horrified. There was no way that was it. Was it? She was scared to ask, but she had to know. She just wanted him to be okay. What about your mother? She asked weakly. Bakugo sighed, and the sad look on his face made her dread the answer. It was right before I graduated high school. Quirk-resistant cancer. There was nothing we could do. He sounded broken, and it scared Izuka to hear him like that again. It reminded her of what he was like in the hospital. Cats, Bakugo. I am so sorry, she said, and almost reached across table to take his hand. Thanks, he said quietly while he looked like he was shifting through memories. Izuka knew this was going to be a sensitive subject, but pressed anyways. I know she wasn't visiting the hospital back then, but were you able to mend everything before the end? She asked very quietly while watching him intently. Bakugo sighed. We tried. When I got discharged from the hospital after about 6 months, and she was talking to me again, but it was just never the same. After she got sick, we tried harder. I made her promises and I am trying to keep them. He finished. She wanted to ask what those promises were so badly, but she knew she was on shaky ground as it was. To let that thread go for now, but the other thing worried her just as much as his relationship with his mother. Had he really isolated himself this much? So there is no one else? She asked tentatively. Bakugo ran a hand through his hair but didn't answer, choosing instead to look away. Are you punishing yourself? She asked in a whisper. He refused to look at her. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for everything, he whispered back. She could see tears form in his eyes and the self-loathing in his voice. To her surprise, he continued before she could speak. For a while it was. I don't deserve contact with people I would only hurt. I kept everyone away as much as possible, but now it just scares me. I just can't connect. He took a long breath before he continued. There are people I care about. My employees and people at the other places I spend time at, but I just plan on being alone for a while. Maybe forever. He shrugged at the end and scrubbed his eyes with his forearm before he took the last sip of his drink. It broke her heart to hear him talk like this, but at the same time, she understood. More than he could realize, but it was a little different for her. This was something she could share with him. I understand. He looked at her with both his eyebrows raised up in disbelief. I really do. At least somewhat. Connecting with people is hard for me now. Everyone sees me as God's gift to heroes, the second coming of All Might, even some of our former classmates, but I guess they are better than most. Almost every boy or girl I have tried to date since Ochako has just been a rabid fanboy or fangirl fawning over me, or even worse. He was staring intently at her as she tapered off. They just want me for my power or my quirk, she said quietly. She knew he understood this as he nodded slowly. All the kids during their childhood and especially middle school simply followed him around because of his powerful quirk. I'm sorry you have to deal with things like this, he said quietly. He looked down at the tabletop, obviously thinking hard on the conversation. While he was thinking, she studied him and thought about the person he was now. He was introspective, thoughtful, kind in his own way, but he was also disconnected, isolated, filled with self-loathing. Also likely staved for affection and touch like she had been so long ago. While she had friends now, he had almost no one. She needed to tell him. She was tired of him hurting himself. He needed to heal. He deserved to heal. Without taking her eyes off him, she spoke. I'm glad we can talk like this now. Me too, he said and looked at her with a small smile, and he looked genuinely pleased. Good. She took a small breath. There are other things I want to talk about too. She chewed on her bottom lip as she finished the sentence. He looked at her quizzically. Like what? He asked slowly, clearly nervous. Will you let me tell you I forgive you yet? She asked so quietly, just above a whisper. He looked away quickly. You shouldn't. He swallowed thickly. I haven't forgiven myself. She suspected as much, but having it confirmed was awful. Just like all those years ago in the hospital when he wanted her and her father to understand, but now she wanted him to understand. Bakugo. She started, but he didn't look up at her, and she wanted eye contact for this. Katsuki, please look at me. His first name got his attention and his eyes snapped up to look at her. She studied him and rehearsed the words in her head one last time. I like the person I am today. She begins slowly. People are products of their past, so I am who I am because of my past, so I don't regret the things I went through. I am kind, I am just, and I am strong because of my past. So I would change nothing with one single exception. She paused. Inko. She heard him whisper. So he understands. She thought but wasn't surprised. Yes. I would give everything I have, absolutely everything I am up to have her back. But other than that I regret nothing. Now she moved slowly to make sure he knew what she was doing. She reached across the table, and while he may have paled slightly, he didn't move his hand that was on the table. She slowly took his hand in hers and squeezed it gently. I forgive you, Bakugo Katsuki, she said thickly, and felt the emotion threaten to choke her up. I see how much you regret everything, and I see how much you've changed. She didn't want to push, but she wanted him to heal. See. You, she said with as strong a conviction as she could muster. You have become the man I always knew you could be. She knew he was rough around the edges, but she saw it clear as day. I know I may not have a right to ask, but please try to find it in your heart to try and forgive yourself too. She finished pleading. The man didn't move, his eyes were locked with hers, and they were filled with swirling emotions. She couldn't begin to hope to decipher what he was thinking. Slowly his eyes dropped down to look at his hand in hers. Suddenly worried she was making him uncomfortable, she relaxed her grip and begun to pull away, but was stopped. He squeezed her hand back and then slowly ran his thumb back and forth across her scared knuckles. I'll try, he whispered. I promise. She felt relief and warmth flood across her soul. It was all she could have asked. Machi, was all Izuka could think about as she skipped down the dark streets. It was a Friday and she had had a fantastic day. Defeated a few villains, helped some lost visitors, and then stopped by the children's hospital. She had gotten off work early enough to make it to Bakugo's restaurant in time for some dessert before they closed. She had been thinking about the treat since they had spoken last a little over 2 weeks ago. Finishing the day with a dessert she was positive would be fantastic. What could be better? As she opened the door she found herself with the bouncing blonde hostess sweeping the entryway. "Hello again." She greeted Izuka enthusiastically. "Hi." Izuka returned the greeting. "I hope I am not too late. I just wanted to try Bakugo's mochi ice cream he promised me last time." "You aren't too late at all. I'll tell you what, go grab your seat at the bar and I'll go get your order in really quick." Miranda, she remembered her name was, said and then bounced off to the kitchen. Izuka slid into a seat at the bar and looked around at the mostly empty restaurant. Most of the staff were busy cleaning, trying to get it all done so they could go home. The last patrons were finishing up and settling their bills. It was closing in on midnight and she knew the nearby club bar scene would be heating up. She took a few minutes to scroll the hero news, but it looked like it was an all-around quiet day. The top stories were about Red Riot's visit to a local hospital and her own visit to another. She heard a noise behind the bar and looked up to see the bull-quirked guy that had seated her before approaching her with a large smile. She was not in the mood to be flirted with, but she would at least be polite. "Hi." The large man started and she tried not to roll her eyes. "Glad to see you. I was hoping you would be back to see me." She smiled sweetly back at him. "Oh, I came by to see Bakugo. He promised me mochi last time I was here." She saw his mouth fall open and felt just a bit of satisfaction. Just then Miranda strolled out of the kitchen with a plate of mochi and set them in front of her. To say Izuka was excited was an understatement, and she did a little dance in her seat. She started with the vanilla one and had to try to suppress a groan of satisfaction. Miranda chuckled at the look of pure bliss she likely had on her face, and then she turned to chase the bull off. "Brock, I want to go home. Get your area cleaned up." She chastised the large man. They both walked off as Izuka decided to try the strawberry mochi next, but she still heard Brock's reply. "Why does the hot green-headed girl show up for a grumpy quirkless guy like Bakugo?" Izuka did her best not to choke on the ice cream but failed. "What? Don't talk about the chef like that. Get a move on." Miranda barked at him as she hit him with a hand towel. "Oh, sorry. I'm going. I just don't know what he has that I don't." The bull griped as they walked away. "Well, we are not staying here all night, so I can list them all off to you." Miranda snarked back as they continued to bicker while walking away, but Izuka was no longer paying attention. "Quirkless? What the hell?" Bakugo's quirk was large than life. He never passed up the chance to show it off. How could anyone think he was quirkless? Oh shit. She hadn't actually seen him even once use it since the USJ. There was the time at the hospital she preferred not to think about, but even then she wasn't actually there for that. But so that just meant he wasn't using it, right? Oh god. Karma. Since she had seen him again she hadn't noticed. He didn't smell like burnt caramel anymore. It had been her favorite thing as a child that when she went to play at the Bakugo residence, his room smelled like a candy shop. She looked down at the last mochi but had lost her appetite even if it was chocolate. She tried to eat it anyways, but it just tasted like ashes in her mouth. Katsuki helped his dishwasher take care of the last pots and pans. He was a good kid. He had dreams, but reality had been rather unhelpful with them. The kid had made some mistakes, fallen in with the wrong crowd, and was now trying to get back on his feet. Katsuki was glad he was able to give him a chance. He listened to him jabber away at 1,000,000 miles an hour while they finished cleaning up and smiled as he was reminded of Midoriya when she was younger. Once they finished up, Katsuki told him to take off for the night while he walked out to see if the Green Pro hero was still around. Miranda had said she had shown up for his mochi. He grinned at the thought. When he found her, it was not like he had expected. She was sitting at the bar looking at her glass of water with a large scowl on her face. He looked at her plate of mochi and saw there was a half-chocolate one left. It wasn't that bad, was it? He had made it earlier in the night, but it still should have been good. She didn't seem to notice his approach, and when he was finally standing in front of her, she still hadn't looked up. What is the deal with her tonight? He thought. He looked at the plate again. Was the matcha that bad? He asked, and she startled, nearly falling out of her chair. Bakugo. Hi. You miss, sorry, what did you say? She sputtered out, obviously shocked out of the inside of her own head. He raised an eyebrow at her. Was the matcha that bad, is what I asked. He said, still confused. Her eyes snapped down to the plate. Can I walk you home? She glanced back up at him with an almost sickeningly desperate look on her face. Alarm bells started ringing in his head despite his attempts to silence them. What the hell was wrong? Yeah, that's fine. Give me 15 or so to finish up. He replied tentatively. He turned and began to walk away to finish, closing down with his mind racing. What the hell did she want to talk to about him now? I thought we got everything in the open last time? What could have her so worked up? He racked his brain trying to figure it out. He looked back over his shoulder and saw Izuka with her elbows on the bar top, her forehead resting on her hands. He could see her lips moving a million miles an hour as she mumbled to herself. As he did his final checks, he was obviously distracted, and the rest of the staff eyed him curiously. They all had already agreed this green-headed girl was an enigma, especially since their beloved chef was already a mystery. Finally, he booted them all out the back door and went out the front door after setting the alarm. There he found Izuka pacing back and forth, biting her nails, still mumbling. She once again didn't seem to notice his appearance. Midoriya, he said quietly, not sure where to start. She still didn't seem to notice. Oi, Midoriya. He barked, feeling slightly agitated now. Her head snapped so fast he was sure if she didn't have super strength it would have broken. She honestly looked like a deer or maybe a green bunny caught in the headlights, and he felt his agitation wane immediately. Why is she so freaked out? Izuka. He was still very unsure about using her first name, but Kay has said it was a good thing to try, and it certainly got her attention. Will you tell me what's wrong, Dash? Why do your employees think you're quirkless? She practically screamed at him. Izuka clamped both her hands over her mouth, and her eyes bugged out in horror at what she just said. Was the only thing that went through Katsuki's brain as he felt himself go rigid. Bakugo looked like he had been slapped. Oh God, I can't believe I just yelled that at him. Izuka screamed at herself in her own head. She had worked herself up into a frenzy and just blurted that out at him. The blonde man sighed heavily and looked like he was trying to relax. Listen, it's really not a big deal, Dash. She interrupted him immediately. You don't smell like burnt caramel anymore, so it's not just that you aren't using it. She knew it sounded accusatory, but she was just so confused. He groaned, rolling his eyes skyward, and he kept them there. Midoriya. He ground out and then opened his mouth to speak again, but then closed it and looked at the ground with a frown on his face. He looked like he was trying to word his explanation correctly, so Izuka let him, even if she was impatient to know. While I was in the hospital after the incident, he started. I started taking mild quirk suppressors and medication to lower the amount of sweat my body produces, okay? At this point, if I tried really hard, I could get some sparks off maybe. My staff assume I am quirkless because if someone asks, I tell them to F off and I never use it. They just assumed, and I don't care enough to correct them. He shrugged at the end like it was no big deal. Izuka was floored. His quirk was always. Why? She suddenly blurted out before he could explain any further. He sighed again, but instead of annoyance his face looked almost sad. It's a useless quirk. What? She tried not to shout out loud, but her face must have betrayed her inner shock as he continued to explain. I am not a hero, and as a chef it would only get in the way. I. He took a deep breath. I don't want to destroy things, I want to create them, and nitroglycerin does the opposite of that. He finished quietly. But she was absolutely lost. Your quirk is so amazing. He gaped at her. How see can you say to that? I used it to hurt you so much. He stammered out, looking truly upset. While she had to agree that was true, there were a few constants in Izuka's world. The sun rose in the east and set in the west. The sky was blue and grass was green. Quirks were amazing and Bakugo Katsuki's quirk was one of the greatest. Having finally calmed down from her self-induced frenzy, she studied him closely. He looked exasperated at having to talk about this, but she could see the guilt plain as day. "Is this another punishment?" she asked quietly. He looked away. "Not everything in my life revolves around my guilt, Izuka," he grumbled. She could hear the lie in his voice. Maybe guilt didn't direct everything, but it did direct far more than it should. Was he afraid of his quirk now? After the incident, as he referred to it, she could understand if he was. She had met a lot of people over the years with exactly that issue. She didn't want to push him, but she was not going to let this go. "Would you ever consider training it again?" she asked tentatively. "Why?" he asked, clearly confused. "To protect people." Obviously, she thought but didn't say out loud. "Illegal Midoriya, and once again I am not a hero, nor will I ever be," he said, and sounded very bitter. "But you could still get a public self-defense license maybe? I'm not saying you have to be a hero." She stopped at the look on his face. It was hard to read, but she knew instantly that she was hurting him. "Stop, Izuka. Please. Just stop." He sighed and looked tired. "Why do you have to push it?" he asked. Voice was quiet and so full of sadness Izuka had to physically stop herself from reaching out to hug him. "All that is in the past. I just want to move on. Move forward." "Okay." She felt horrible for doing this to him. "I'm sorry, I just heard one of your people say quirkless and I kind of freaked out." She rubbed the back of her head and felt overtly embarrassed. He sighed. "I understand, since your obsession with quirks is second only to your obsession with heroes. Plus he coughed slightly. Our past." He corrected himself. "I feel like I keep hurting you," she said quietly. "You don't hurt me, Izuka." He tried to reassure her. "You could never hurt me." He gave her a very tired and weary smile. She just wanted them to get past this and be friends again. She hadn't asked him to be her friend again yet, since it seemed so childish, but that didn't change the fact that is what she wanted. Maybe he wanted it too. He used her first name every once in a while. "You were the first one on both those lists anyways," she told him, trying to be honest and forward. Looking up at him, she saw he looked a little perplexed. "Lists?" he asked, but didn't seem to like the direction this way going. "You had the first really amazing quirk I knew," she began. "You were also my first hero," she finished quietly. He blinked at her stupidly. "What ever living is wrong with you?" he ground out, punctuating each word and obviously trying not to shout. "I was such a goddamn monster to you." Honesty, she reminded herself. "You weren't always." She started and tried to make it clear to him. "Before that though, do you remember the park? When those older boys took my All Might figure because girls should play with dolls, not pretend to be heroes." He nodded, looking somewhat numb. "You beat the ever-living crap out of all three of them and you didn't even have your quirk yet? Just to get my All Might back." She smiled softly at the memory. Years later it was no longer tainted by what had happened between them as they got older. "That does not make me a hero," he said quietly with an exasperated look. "It made you my hero," she said directly, knowing that if she coddled him or showed him pity he might not take it well. At the least the old Katsuki would object. He simply sighed and ran his hand through his hair but said nothing. "Can I still walk you home?" she asked, trying to move on from the sensitive subject. He looked at her with the penetrating stare she was still trying to get used to, but he looked pensive this time. "No," she felt her heart sink just a little. I just want to be alone. Clear my head." "Okay. Of course," she said, trying to keep the disappointment out of her voice. He nodded and she started to head the other direction but stopped short when she heard him speak again. "Izuka." She turned and looked at him. He had the small smile, looked a little bit sad that she was still getting used to seeing on his face. "I'll think about it, okay?" She felt her heart lighten a little as he turned and began to head home. She watched him leave and smiled just a little. "Thank you, Katsuki," she said softly at his retreating form. Katsuki was concentrating hard. He knew he looked stupid with his tongue sticking out the corner of his mouth, but he didn't care. He was biting it hard, trying to finish decorating the small individual dessert cakes that had been ordered by a large party. It was nearing closing time, but the older couple that had held their anniversary dinner here had been some of his best customers for the last couple of years, and he wanted everything perfect for them. His tenuous focus was broken by the kitchen door behind him slamming open, and he squirted frosting across the face of the cake. The entire kitchen froze, and he heard several sharp intakes of breath. He took a deep breath and tried to stamp down the familiar rage in his heart that he hated so much. It was harder than normal considering he had nearly zero sleep the night prior. He straightened his back up and slowly turned around to face the source of the disturbance. Nyx stood in the doorway with a huge manic smile on her face. Katsuki whipped back his arm to throw the pastry bag filled with cream cheese frosting at the effing red-headed pain in his butt to attempt and chase her from his kitchen. "You are such a stud, you sly devil," Nyx bellowed while pointing at him, which caused him to freeze. "What in the ever effing hell are you going on about, you effing pest?" Katsuki was a little proud of himself for not shouting too loud. "2 nights in a row? I'm starting to think I have some competition for your attention," she said, laughing maniacally at the end. Katsuki snorted at the redhead and rolled his eyes. "Seriously, are you having a slide? Do you smell burning toast? What the hell is she going on about?" he thought to himself. She just beckoned to him frantically to follow her out the door with that huge smile. She looked like a kid on Christmas. He rolled his eyes and instructed his line cook to fix the last cake the best he could and give it to his customer's youngest grandkid. The little girl wouldn't care and had been a mess most of the night anyways. He followed her out to behind the bar, and she stood pointing across the dining room like a proud toddler showing something off. He tried hard to avoid rolling his eyes again as he followed her gesture. "Goddamn. What is so import dash?" He froze as he looked out the front window. There she was, the source of his lack of sleep the night before. Izuka was sitting on the bench out front of the restaurant staring at her phone as she scrolled something or other. She was dressed for the slight chill in the air, wearing jeans, a turtleneck, and a fleece vest. What the hell was she doing here? Why didn't she come inside? He wondered, but her saw something was wrong with her posture. She looked tense. Nyx, on the other hand, was practically vibrating. "I heard from a little birdie that she was here last night too," she sing-songed, and Katsuki had to resist the urge to grab the soda gun that was in front of him to spray her down. Between her, Miranda, and Brock plus Izuka, apparently, Katsuki didn't think he would ever find any peace. He sighed, feeling exhausted, and ran his hand down his face. "I'm gonna say goodbye to our guests. You mind closing up tonight?" he asked. Nyx deflated a little. "Well, don't sound so excited, it's freaking me out. But of course I'll shut it all down for you." He could hear the concern in her voice under the sarcasm but chose to ignore it. He quickly made his excuses to the anniversary party and changed clothes. As he was about to walk out of the kitchen, he thought better of it. He quickly went back and made a little to-go container with a treat inside. It made him smile a little as he prepared to walk out and see Izuka. As he approached the front doors, he got a little apprehensive and faltered at the threshold. So he did the list again in his head. "I'm allowed to take up space. My past is not a reflection of my future. I am smart enough to make my own decisions. I'm in control of how I react to others. I choose peace. I'm courageous and stand up for myself. I will succeed today." Not happening again. He shook his head softly. Maybe next time, he thought, and walked out to find the green-headed hero still sitting on the bench. She still looked a little tense as she scrolled what looked to be some social media. He smiled to himself, a little amused. "It's a wonder you're still alive if I can sneak up on you without trying," he said in a slightly teasing tone. Izuka startled a little bit as she looked up at him, but then stood with a small smile and looked a little embarrassed. He did his best not to chuckle at her expense but failed. He was still concerned about why she was here, but to surprise one of the strongest heroes ever 2 days in a row? Pretty humorous in his book. "Fancy meeting you here," she said, trying to make a joke, and the level of cringe that reply caused could probably be felt miles away. "Fancy meeting me here outside of my work, huh?" he asked as she seemed to get a little more tense, and he suddenly worried his teasing had made her uncomfortable. "Izuka, I didn't mean that. I know you were joking." Why are you here again? He finally asked, honestly confused. I'm sorry. She mumbled out and seemed to search for the right words. I believe I owe you an apology again for last night. She seemed to finally have gotten her thoughts straight. I just freaked out and it's all I could think about. My brain just wouldn't let it go because I still had this stupid childhood thought of us being heroes together, and I pushed it on you and hurt you again. She looked down, sniffling a little at the end, and he could hear the tears in her voice. He felt a little dumbfounded. She still thought about how much they talked about being heroes together when they were kids. He was reminded how overtly emotional she had been back then too. If he stepped on a bug, she would inevitably end up crying. He had to make this better because Izuka crying was not okay. Izuka, I know you didn't mean to hurt me, okay? He waited for her to nod before he continued. My reaction to you wishing I used my quirk or whatever is not your responsibility. Just like your reaction to me not using it or even liking it is not my responsibility. Do you understand? She nodded but then tried to object. I know what you are saying but dash. No, but Izuka. He interrupted her and then sighed. Listen, if something is bugging you, talk to me about it and I'll do the same, okay? No more of this working yourself into a frenzy. He said out loud, but at the same time he thought, God, I am such a effing hypocrite. As long as it gets her to stop worrying so much about him, she had bigger fish to fry. She shouldn't have to deal with his bullshit too. She sniffled a little but gave him a small, watery smile that made him relax. She nodded and said, okay, but promise me you'll tell me if I do or say something wrong. I will try. He said in a half agreement, and she made a small face that he elected to ignore. Now sit back down. He said to change the subject in a better direction as he moved to sit down next to her. She gave him a perplexed look but complied as he opened the bag he had prepared earlier and pulled out a small to-go box. He handed it to her and waited expectantly. As she opened it, a broad grin stretched across her face as she looked at the 4 different kinds of mochi sitting in a neat row. I don't think you got to fully enjoy them last night. He explained as he enjoyed how excited she looked. She beamed a smile in his direction. Thank you. I only really got to enjoy the vanilla one last night. She looked back down at the box and pet her head to the side in confusion. What's this one? She asked, pointing to the bright red one. He smiled as he reached across her and plucked it out of the box, chuckling as she gave him a scandalized look for daring to steal her mochi. Ghost pepper. He replied casually as he popped it into his mouth and started chewing, savoring the overwhelming flame and flavor while waiting for her reaction. She paled slightly and gaped at him. Why would you ruin mochi like that? She sounded personally offended by the very idea. He very nearly choked on his mochi as he started laughing at her astonishment. She rolled her eyes and ate her strawberry one. All at once her annoyance at him vanished. Her eyes fluttered shut and she made a small sound of pure bliss. He felt his ears heat up and he internally preened at her enjoyment of his cooking. I could seriously eat these every day, she said after finishing her first one while eyeing the second 2, trying to decide which one would be next. Katsuki rubbed the back of his neck. They aren't that good. She responded by giving him a very flat look. But I am proud of them. He added quickly, earning him another small smile. She popped the vanilla in her mouth and he knew she was simply saving the chocolate one of last. Ochako tried to live on mochi alone when we lived in the dorms. Good thing she didn't have access to these. I don't think I could have convinced her to not eat them exclusively. Katsuki tried to not think too much about that statement. While he was sure the dorms would have been interesting, that was probably an understatement, he was pretty sure Uraraka still would have hated him and would have never touched his cooking. Izuka side-eyed him just a little, seeming to read his mind. If she ever gets to try these, you are gonna have to beat her off with a stick to stop her from raiding your kitchen. He pushed down the feeling of discomfort as best he could at that thought. Maybe someday. He mumbled quietly. That statement earned him another smile that made him feel a little better about the idea of eventually interacting with class. Izuka popped the last one in her mouth while doing a little dance in her seat that filled him with more joy than he had expected, and he had to suppress a chuckle at her antics. Once she finished chewing, she stood abruptly bouncing on the ball of her feet in a seemingly better mood. "Are you doing anything now?" she asked quickly. As tired as he was, he shrugged. "Nothing. Want to walk around? The nightlife around here can be interesting," he offered. She nodded excitedly as he stood, and they began to walk in the opposite direction from his apartment into the urban jungle to see the wildlife. "Seen any good quirks lately?" he asked, and prepared for the coming onslaught of words heading his way. He couldn't help but smile as she started to jabber about one of her new intern's quirks that involved bending light. They had walked nearly an hour looping back around the nightlife district, and Katsuki was ready to call it a night. The conversation had flowed so easily he couldn't help but be happy. How was it so effortless to talk to her now? Sure, he did far more listening than talking, but he had enjoyed it nonetheless. They had lapsed into a comfortable silence, and Katsuki couldn't help but think about their walk. The highlight for him had been when Izuka had spotted a woman with what appeared to be a giraffe mutation quirk. She had bounced over to the woman and had told her how beautiful she looked. The tall lady had been bashful at first, but then looked ecstatic when everyone around her had recognized Izuka as the current number 3 hero. She had signed autographs and took selfies with everyone that had asked. When she had discovered the young lady was an aspiring model, Izuka had posted a selfie they had taken together with hashtag #WhyIsSheModelYet, which had started trending immediately. Katsuki had made himself scarce and watched from afar. She is such an amazing hero for the people now, he thought, watching her interact so genuinely with her fans. He shuddered to think about if she had never become a hero or worse turned to villainy due to his bullying her in their youth. He silently thanked whatever gods that were listening he had been removed from her life so she could blossom into the woman she was now. He smiled as they walked, and he realized this was the happiest he had felt in a long, long while. They stopped up the street from some clubs that had crowds loitering outside. As much as he didn't want the night to end, he was exhausted, and he was sure Izuka had sensed it. "I would be shocked if that girl doesn't have a modeling contract by morning," he said, making Izuka grin and rub the back of her neck with a sheepish look. "I swear to only use my social media presence for good," she replied with a giggle, making his small smile grow even larger. Suddenly Izuka's whole demeanor changed. Her entire body had become stiff and her head whipped over to look at the crowd down the street. Katsuki followed her gaze, noting that voices were raised and some sort of confrontation was taking place. Suddenly the street rocked like an earthquake as someone started tossing fireballs at parked cars. Katsuki nearly lost his balance as the street shook when one of the cars exploded. Izuka locked eyes with him for only a moment, and he couldn't help but wonder why she had even bothered looking his direction. "Go get him, hero," he said. The grin that stretched over her face was a sight to behold, and like a green flash she was running down the street toward the action. As he watched her run, he looked at her back and was reminded of the hospital. He had been staring at it as her and Kirishima had walked out of his life all those years ago. Now, just like then, she didn't look back. Just as it should be, he thought silently to himself. Suddenly he caught movement out of the corner of his eye. Just after Izuka passed a couple of damaged cars, saw her. A teenage girl in a damaged party dress stumbled out from behind the cars looking confused and injured. The rest of the crowd had cleared out quickly, leaving only Izuka and the villain in the street, but now this girl was directly in the line of fire. Katsuki felt like his soul had been drenched in ice water, and a sense of urgency he had never felt before took over. Before he had any chance to think about it, his legs were moving on their own. Sheet, Izuka thought right after her first punch had connected. The villain hadn't even flinched, and she saw the look in his eyes. She knew it well. He had taken too much trigger and was no longer in control. This was going to take far more power than she would have liked, but she was going to have to try minimizing the damage as much as possible in this heavily populated area. She needed to find the perfect opening as soon as possible. Thank goodness the knockoff trigger around now wasn't nearly as potent as the original stuff. She hoped Katsuki was still watching. She wanted him to see with his own eyes how strong she had become. She jumped to the side, barely missed by a fireball that was thrown her direction. A gut-wrenching scream of pain from behind her made her blood run cold. The immediate area should have been clear. She spun away from another attack, taking the chance to look behind her, and she saw him. Katsuki was limping away from the scene. He was smoking slightly and it looked like some of the left half of his clothes had been burned away. He was carrying what looked to be a young woman in his arms as he tried to get her away from the fight. The icy dread she had felt when she had heard the scream was immediately replaced by white-hot burning rage. She turned and looked at the villain, making him falter for a moment. Even in his trigger-altered mental state, he knew he had a fed up. The man took a single step back from an obviously feral Izuka. No, she let out a low growl. There is no escape. She launched herself at him with a bellowing war cry. When it was all over and the police had taken over detaining the unconscious, badly beaten villain, Izuka went looking for Katsuki while trying to keep calm. She had ignored everyone while heading the gathered ambulances. It wasn't unusual for her to want to see the victims of a villain attack, so the press and gathered crowd didn't think anything of it as she tried to hide her panic. Where was Katsuki? When she found him, it wasn't as she had expected. His left arm and neck were covered in gauze as well as his torso, while his lower body was wrapped in a blanket provided by the EMTs. His pants were discarded nearby, now half missing and useless. What had surprised her was the woman in a bathrobe with pink curlers in her hair. She had one arm around the teenage girl in a destroyed party dress and the other hand was griping Katsuki's right hand in a white-knuckled hold. She and the girl were both crying while the mother was profusely thanking a very flabbergasted Katsuki. "I didn't do anything," grumbled Katsuki. "Of course you did. You saved my baby. You ran into a villain fight and pulled her out." The women sobbed. "You're my hero," the younger of the pair added. If it was even possible, Katsuki paled even more, but that was when he spotted Izuka. She smiled sadly at the absolute relief he had on his face. She knew this was probably confusing and hard for him to hear something like that. He just wanted to be left alone. "I'm not your hero, she is," he said, gesturing with his bad arm in her direction, trying to distract the other two. The other women looked over at her and their eyes nearly bugged out. It obviously worked as the mother let go of the blonde's hand and he visibly relaxed, letting out a long breath. They moved over and bowed low to Izuka. "Thank you," the both cried in unison. "I only defeated a villain. I'm sorry you got hurt, but I am glad he was able to dash." She saw him make a face out of the corner of her eye. "Get you to safety." She was trying very hard to not refer to him as a hero, even if he deserved it after what he did. The mother grabbed her daughter in a hug. "The world is a better place with people like you two in it," she said, still trying to maintain her composure while looking between them both. "Are you feeling okay, sir?" she asked and internally cringed at her bad acting. She saw Katsuki hide a small smile. "I'm fine," he grumbled. "I'm glad you were nearby, hero." She had to try very hard to keep a straight face and push down the feeling of glee in her chest. "Fine?" the teen girl shrieked. "He shielded me from a fireball with his body. Not a big deal." Katsuki seemed to shrink in on himself slight and look down. "I'm slightly fireproof already and it's nothing a healing quirk won't fix." The mother then at last seemed to sense he wasn't just shy or humble. She looked from Katsuki to Izuka, seeming to realize it was better to leave things alone. She nodded at Izuka, said thank you one last time and shuffled her daughter away. Izuka hoped the women wouldn't mention him to the gathered press. Izuka could handle the paparazzi, but she didn't want the vultures to descend on Katsuki. She approached him sitting in the back of the ambulance. "Are you okay?" she asked tentatively. "I'm fine," he mumbled under his breath. "I didn't see what happened, but thank you for covering for my mistake. I didn't realize the area wasn't clear," she offered. She wanted to compliment his actions more, but she knew he wouldn't want to hear it right now. "Didn't do anything special," he shrugged. "Legs were moving before I had time to think." Izuka froze at the statement. She had heard someone else talk about that a long time ago. "Katsuki dash," she started, but something made her stop once again. When he had shrugged, the blanket had slipped a little, exposing his right thigh. Katsuki looked up at her perplexed and then followed her gaze to his leg. "Sheet," he snapped as he quickly covered it back up. "Did I just see what I think I saw?" she thought numbly. "Katsuki, what is that?" He balled his fists in the blanket but resolutely kept his eyes down and didn't speak. "Katsuki," she said with more force. What are those? She was on autopilot now. He looked at her then. He was opening and closing his mouth but no sound was coming out. She could see tears gathering in his eyes too. Finally his whole demeanor slumped and he looked down while uncovering his thigh. Now that she had a better look she could feel the horror gather in her chest like a bottomless pit. There was a dense forest of white lines running vertically down his leg with one large thick scar running down the middle. They are scars from when I used to cut. He said just above a whisper. When my mom was sick I was just so lost and I self-harmed. I stopped when I cut it to close one night. As he said this he ran his index finger down the large scar and she could see how close it would have been to the femoral artery. You promised. Izuka felt herself say. She was so detached at that moment. I promised I wouldn't even kill myself and I didn't. There was heat in his voice now. Katsuki she started but he cut her off. Can we effing go now? He yelled at the nearby EMTs that were trying to act invisible. I'm gonna die of effing old age rather than burns at this rate. The man and women along with Izuka jumped like startled rabbits. The EMTs headed toward their positions in the front and back of the bus. Katsuki turned his back on her and scrambled limping onto the stretcher inside. Once he flopped down she saw him wince in pain. Katsuki. She tried weakly but he refused to look at her. Oh no. No. Was all she could think. Kat's she started but the name died in her throat as he finally looked up at her. She had expected anger or humiliation but the look of absolute betrayal and disappointment that he had on his face nearly broke her. The soul-crushing shame that filled her at that moment was one of the worst feelings she had ever experienced. That was the last thing she saw as the EMT shut the door and the ambulance began to drive away. She felt hot tears begin to fall down her face. Oh God! What have I done? She whispered horrified but the empty air around her had no answers to give. Katsuki felt himself come back to the world again. It was one of the first dreamless slumbers he had enjoyed in a very long time. He couldn't remember the last time he woke up feeling this rested. Then he remembered why. He thought as he ran the previous day's events through his head and rolled over to look at his alarm clock. 4 a.m. He blinked and shook his head but the clock didn't change. He checked his phone to ensure the date was correct. Holy crap! He mumbled. He had slept for nearly 24 hours. The villain attack had been about 1 a.m. on Sunday and he had finally made it home from the hospital about 4 a.m. and had collapsed into bed as soon as he had taken off his clothes. They had said the healing would make him want to sleep but goddamn. Feeling thankful he had had Sunday off work, he rolled out of bed and headed for a much-needed shower. After taking a cooler than his normal blistering shower, he looked at himself in the mirror. When he was younger his body had been a source of pride for him. While he was still more fit than the average man, his body was more of a source of shame for him now. He saw the massive scar tissue on his right thigh and ran a hand across the bumpy terrain. It felt like weakness made into tangible reality to him. He glanced at his left wrist and saw the familiar thick scar that made him always wear long sleeves. Only a few people in his life even knew of its existence and even fewer knew what it was. He touched his thumb to his pinky and ring fingertips to feel the ever-present numbness on the tip of each one. It had become somewhat of a nervous tic for him. He was lucky that was the only permanent damage he had managed to cause that day. He turned slightly to see the burns from the previous day. They already looked more like a sunburn rather than he had been hit with a fireball. There would still be slight scarring, he had been warned, but he didn't care. At least these ones were not going to be a source of shame for him, but not pride either. Lastly, he looked at his face and into his own eyes. He knew he always looked tired, but today he looked better than normal. It happened for a split second, just as it had so many times before. A flash of the demon that lived rent-free in his head. The crazed smirk and burning red eyes he hated more than anything else. It was gone in an instant, but he still punched the wall next to the mirror. At least he had learned to stop punching the mirror when it happened. Do the list, Katsuki. You promised Kay and Mom you would. He grumbled to himself. He stood up straight, looked in the mirror again, and said the list out loud. I'm allowed to take up space. My past is not a reflection of my future. I am smart enough to make my own decisions. I'm in control of how I react to others. I choose peace. I'm courageous and stand up for myself. I will succeed today. He faltered for a minute before he stared back up again after taking a deep breath. I deserve to have joy in my life. I'm worthy of love. I approve of myself and love myself deeply. The last three were always hard, but today they tasted like ash in his mouth. Leaving the bathroom with one last look at the mirror, he went and got dressed. He moved into the living room, spared a glance at his mantle on the way to the kitchen. He started the coffee maker and returned to the mantle to look at everything that was placed there. After looking at the portrait in the center, he read the poem that was placed on the right side and immediately felt better about life in general. He had read it 1,000 times, but it still always helped. He glanced briefly at the left side and rather than anger, he just felt sad. Shaking his head, he flipped on his TV to the news and headed to grab his thermos filled with coffee. When he returned ready to leave, the news story was about the villain attack. This, he said as he snatched the remote to turn it off, but then froze. It was a stock picture of Izuka on the screen. It then cut to a reporter who had been on the scene. He hated this guy. The man looked like a rat and talked shit about Izuka constantly. The number 3 hero caused far more damage that was needed even if the villain had taken trigger prior to the attack. Katsuki felt his irritation rise. She also put the attacker in the hospital with severe injuries. She also left the scene before she could be questioned by the press. This reporter is wondering if there will be an inquiry into the excessive damage and force by the Hero Commission. He flipped off the TV. As he left his apartment, his mood felt. As sad as he was at Izuka, she didn't deserve that treatment. What is that effing asshat's deal? Thinking of the green woman made his chest ache, and he felt ashamed again. She must really think he is pathetic now. He enjoyed the cool weather and the quiet as he walked. He always beat everyone to the restaurant hours early on Monday. It gave him time to look at the previous week and plan ahead for this one. The street was empty and the hot bitter coffee perfectly complemented his mood. As he turned the final corner, he looked up and stumbled mid-step. What the F dash dot? He said quietly. There was Izuka sitting on the bench out front of the restaurant. She had her face in her hands and wasn't moving. If she was trying to be incognito, she had failed epically. She was still in her hero outfit and her bright red shoes. She had simply tossed a sweatshirt on, pulled down her hood down, and jammed her face guard under the collar. He hadn't even seen her face yet, but she looked like a disaster. He approached her slowly and came to a stop in front of her. How long has she been here? He wondered to himself. Izuka! He called out. Her reaction was immediate. She bolted upright and stood so quickly Katsuki instinctively took a step back. She looked so exhausted. Has she slept since the villain attack? He thought. She had huge bags under her eyes which were red and puffy from crying. Obvious fresh tear tracks next to dry ones ran down her face. Katsuki, I am so sorry. I fed up. I messed up bad. I'm so sorry. I can't believe I did that to you. I screwed up in the fight and you got hurt, and then I made you tell me about those scars, and I promised I wouldn't do something like that again, but then I did it again immediately. I'm so sorry. She was speaking so fast he could barely understand her, but what she said next upset him in a way he hadn't expected. If you never want to see me again, I understand. I'll leave and never bother you again. As she said this, took a step away from him and started to turn away. No. Katsuki brain starts screaming at him. Stop her. Izuka! He yelled at her. She froze and turned back to him a little. Listen. I know you are sorry. Okay? I knew that as soon as the ambulance left. How should he say this? I don't want you to go. He said softly. I like being your friend again. Whatever he said, it must have been wrong. Her face crumpled and she immediately began sobbing, placing her face in her hands. Katsuki brain went into overdrive and started screaming at him. Izuka! Crying. But fix it now. Before he could think about it too much, he took one step toward her and raised his hand to reach out to her. Aizawa. Before he could even finish her name, she had moved in a blink of an eye and her arms were wrapped around his torso and she was sobbing into his shirt. He felt himself involuntarily seize up. Breath Katsuki, just breath, it's okay. He told himself while looking down at the green-headed women crushing his ribs. Izuka didn't realize until he uttered those words how badly she needed to hear them. Finally, after 16 years, she finally had her friend back. I am missed you Casey Katsuki. She stuttered out between sobs as she held him tight. She felt him relax at those words and suddenly realized how uncomfortable she must be making him, but she felt two warm arms encircle her. I missed you too, Zuzu, he said quietly while hugging her tight, and her tears of happiness flowed even harder.